Welcome back, people. Welcome back, people. Welcome back. Oh. Let me make sure everything lock in. Oh, that thing I make some nice. My phone. Bless up on yourself, people. Bless up on yourself. Bless up everybody. Bless up everybody in the comment section. Yeah, today we are going to touch upon the young youth them today and the youths who are available to play for Jamaica and play for the senior team. I think we probably even have I think I invited Cataract to come in today with his database as well, because he has a database, a lot of these young players. And as you know, there's a lot of, bless up yourself, TY, there's a lot of these players who are available to play for Jamaica. But the problem is, Roger Burrell, is we need to get these people to commit earlier. Big, yo, loud music entertainment, long time, my boss. We need to get these youths to commit much earlier, because I'm starting to feel like, what age do you guys think is the right age where a player need to decide if him to play for Jamaica? And let's be, yeah, man, we're gonna give you the names and everything to them, man. Yo, loud music. The show just starting on my boss. Me gonna give you names and everything today, bro. We're gonna chop it up. We're here. Me just take a fresh, cool shower and just cool down and we're gonna talk some football. And we have everything here, man. We have everything ready to go right now. We talk some football, we don't know. But let me know what age you think. Me feel like me don't want a pressure enough for them youth, you know. But what age you guys feel like is the right age where a player need to accept, say, brother, you're not gonna make it for England. Just decide on Jamaica. What age you guys think is the optimal age? For some of them youth, just decide, say, yeah, what? Jamaica or England, you know, make a choice. Big up Melchior Walker. So Kahim Dixon as well. Let me just touch on Kahim Dixon before we get into the English-based players. Let me send this link as well to Dexter A. Yeah, that's true. Dexter is here with us at a really good age, you know. And we're gonna watch 17 RVM. That's young for some of them, you know. That's a big decision at 17 years old. And let's be fair to them. Shadow Strike, let's be fair to them. Like, let's be fair to them. Think about it. I want you put yourself in a for them shoes. You born and raised in England. Are you making the decision to play for Jamaica at 17? Brown man security, big up yourself. Big up yourself, Chemo. Hit the like button as soon as you come in, people, and so we kick the show off. I want to not put fool yourself in the situation. Let's say you have a youth who born in England and he's a really good footballer coming up through the academies, maybe at Arsenal or Liverpool or somewhere. And what age would you say you'd let him really go play for Jamaica? Because you think about it as well as a Jamaican, you know. I think about it, say, all right, my youth now can go play for England. My youth can play for Canada and can play for America or Germany or something. I don't think it's an easy decision as much as we see it, you know. I believe it's because we are the fans of Jamaica football. We are say, yo, them youth have to come right now. But if we look on it, as a lot of us coming from Jamaica, maybe we don't really have it growing up. And you have a son, like a Raheem Sterling, you know, grew up at Jamaica and him reach a England and him really good. Would you really, and him say England or Jamaica? It's tough, bro. Me have to be really honest to myself, know yourself. It's very, very tough. It's very, very tough. But yeah, let's not get distracted. Let me hit the Kahim Dixon thing. Kahim Dixon, I saw that there's a lot of options as far as Kahim Dixon to go to Belgium, to go to Denmark, and I don't know if the UK, England is in it, and Germany. I would tell Kahim Dixon, do not come to Denmark. I'm telling you, if Kahim Dixon come to Denmark, he will be a bench player for the rest of his life. I tell you, if Kahim Dixon, if you're listening to this or your agent, don't take any deal offered to you in Denmark unless you're going into the Danish Super League. Unless you're going to a Nordsjælland or a Midtjylland or you going to a Brøndby, or you're probably not going to be going to FC Copenhagen. They're a Champions League club. Brøndby just beat FC Copenhagen in the derby. Bro, the game in Scandinavia is pure physicality. And what they do to bless up yourself, Marvin Ferren, what they do to Jamaican players, and me I go tell you, including myself, and obviously Kahim Dixon is probably a better striker than me. I came here as, I would say, a false 9, a number 10, or like an attacking mid. And based on my speed, I'm used to run track. You see, when them see say you're fast, the first thing them do at Denmark, them are going to put him on the wing. They're going to just turn him into a winger. And in Denmark, the wingers are not cutting inside. It's not like how you see the game. The wingers are staying wide. And the next thing with them do here, so we are hit in the game in Denmark. And this would affect Kahim Dixon. bro, they don't play the football through the channels. They don't play the football through the channels, bro. You see me? They don't play the football through the channels. You know, like when them split the defender and you as a Jamaican use your speed and burn defenders and run onto the football. Them don't do that here. So them always go across the goal with the ball every time, bro. And it's gonna drive him nuts. It's gonna drive him crazy. Akwasa Trang was here in Denmark at a second division club. He couldn't get on the field. He couldn't get on the field. So I would not. I would tell Kahim Paris. I don't know about the league in Belgium. I know JD is in Belgium. I think JD would be the best to kind of explain that to everybody, like what the league is like. I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like I know about the Belgian league. Um, the Belgian league, I think what one point JD said told me that the Belgium league is much better than the Danish league. I'm not sure about that. Yeah, and JD have to go square off on that one. We're not really sure about that. But I would think that maybe Belgium or Germany would be the best thing for Kahim Dixon at this point. See, somebody say Davian Kerr says Kahim Dixon if he go Belgium or Portugal. I can agree with that. I don't think he needs to, and he's not gonna go to England. Let me just say that. Like, it's, I don't think he has enough. He doesn't have enough. I would say no. Why does say no? Professional games under his belt to go to England, and I don't think he even have enough cap. I don't even know why they put those things out, because he would never be able to get into England, as he only has a few games for Jamaica. So he's not gonna get a work permit for England. So let's get the England thing out of it. Germany tends, what I like about Germany, people, hit the like button as soon as you come in. Let's hit the like button, people. Let's hit the like button. Make a warm up the show. Make a warm up the machine. Make a warm up the machine, man. Hit the like button. Warm up the machine. Warm up the machine. Hit the like button. Let me just send this link to these two individuals who has because we have the players that we're gonna let you guys. Okay, there he is. I was just gonna send the link to him, and the man just pop up in the comment section like him hearing name I go call. yeah. How deep dirty links to the, on the massive scale. JFF is allegedly running things in. Yo, no, we're not gonna do that. We're not gonna do a JP. We're not gonna do the JFF show today, my brother. And the prison over thing and what's going on in the prisons in Jamaica. We're not gonna do that one day. Okay, massive breaking news. What's the breaking news? Ketarak, I just send you the link. You can come on and drop the breaking news. But what we're not gonna do is we don't want to stay on that too long. Today, we want to get back to football today. I want to talk football today. You see me, JT, you have any idea of Dujan Sterling have documents already? So Shadow Strike, I know how the entire Dujan Sterling thing is going. I know how it's going from front to start, front to back. We never want to say back, because I never beat you. Yeah, I know news about our play. I gave you the link, Ketarak. You can come and break that news and we take it from there. But today, we're not going to dwell on that for too long still, because we don't want to turn the show in our JFF show today. We did 2 days of Leon Bailey, and we now go we now go do that today. So shoot, man, spearheading that move. JT yeah, man. Z, I'm a part of that, because let me tell you, Z, what's been happening in the scouting realm is, right. Let me explain to you what going. You have man like Devon Porter them and Ian Campbell them. Those are the actual people who actually get things done. But the JFF have their people, and they don't give Devon Porter official stamp for him to work as a JFF scout. Yet Devon Porter is one of the men who contact, I would say, maybe 90% of the players you see who comes and play for Jamaica. Devon Porter has a hand in that, about 90%, and the JFF doesn't really want to give him the stamp of approval for the man to do certain things. So the Dujan Sterling thing, we know about it, and me say, me link Mr. Porter, and when me link Mr. Porter, he was already on it. He was already on it, and he said he broke down to where it the stage with the player, where they are in the stage with the player. No, I wouldn't come out and talk about Dujan Sterling if Mr. Porter didn't say, JT, the story is already out. You can run the story. Because I was going to run the story from last week, Thursday. As me say, no, because we have it fresh, you know. Everything you see on YouTube about it are leftovers. We get it fresh. And we know, I'm the link Mr. Porter, and he must say, JT is already out. You can come, bro. As me say, me have a lot of respect. Uh breaking news bad or breaking news bad. Yeah, me have a lot of respect for what Devon Porter and those guys do, because it takes a lot of patience and a lot, and man like me and you probably we would even get very pissed off and just get fed up and not do it. And I think what the JFF is doing to coach Devon Porter is not good. I think the JFF needs to recognize that man for what he has been doing for Jamaica for the years of service. Because I don't see how it hurts Jamaica giving Mr. Porter a stamp of approval to where him have that JFF stamp behind him of contacting players. I know Mr. Rudolph Speed will have his own theory on that, but I will not agree with Mr. Rudolph Speed on that. I don't know, so I have respect for Mr. Speed, but having respect for Mr. Speed doesn't mean I can't tell Mr. Speed how I feel. And how I feel is that I don't like how them deal with Devon Porter. I don't like it. Me I tell you that right now. Me not like how them deal with Devon Porter. Devon Porter needs to be recognized for the hard work where I do. And whether or not anybody at the JFF don't like it, me don't tell you, me go do a fair chance on the channel, JFF. But that no means me now go call out injustice. And what's been happening to Devon Porter, it is not good. And I hope at some point that man can get his recognition for helping to create a good team for Jamaica. Cataract, what kind of news you gonna break here now? Cause me I make you break the news, you know. Me not me I make
you know, so we can't come and dance early. Yellow. And I'm here in a killing mood. Garrett Southgate. Yeah. But there, man. But brand new politics. Next one at the answer the grand line. The grand strategy again. I want to get it right here, so. Yeah, man, we're in a killing mood. It's one time. Garrett Southgate. Bullet. Yeah, man.
So, Cataract, the floor is yours. The floor is yours.
No. It's a reasoning afternoon to all the viewers, subscribers, you know what I mean, from Denmark, big up there themselves, Copenhagen, the whole family, the whole Malden, that are Sweden, don't, the whole works, the whole England, Birmingham for sure. Yeah, big up that place called Brixton. Yeah, man, we are run out our next grant on them. Yeah.
Wait, the Cataract, I mash up the headphone already?
No, this is the dance headphone, man. This is a party headphone, man. I saw it, a little scuffling did go on in the clash. Yeah, man, a little scuffling did go on. So, I saw it again, the Cataract, a bad man, so I think a joke. I think a Peter Black's this. Well, David, I was a calling with his sound of Philly.
Flavor Max.
Yeah, man, I grind me thing. You see that? I saw it going in a clash. Nah, boy. Can't this the rock and get to it. Yeah, man. It's like a young, I not really young son, but when the pressure turn on, and then can't manage the pressure, you know. Out there in the whole St. Mary. Stuart Town, Mango Valley, pick up there themselves, Bascobel, the whole St. Mary. It was a joy.
Up Jermaine Miller.
Yeah, man. So, we're here to reason today and really break down about players because what I've realized, you see.
But there one fun running at the back or something.
Oh, we can ease out the fan because there with the cool breeze. You know what I'm
Cool
saying?
breeze. You hear it? It'll make your mic up blow.
Hold on. All right. Go on talk, we just go on level with it.
Yeah. Just or maybe set it at one place where it now blow towards the mic where it'll come from a next direction. I'm a place that up and running. J Ross in the building. Pagan 180. Owen. Shadow Strike. Yeah, man. People, we're gonna segment up the show. Later, we'll have some calling and we'll have maybe some people who want to ask questions with to Cataract based on where the news are gonna break today or whatever. But we're gonna segment up the show. But today we want to also dive into those youth players who are available to play for Jamaica and what stage the commitment is and should they commit or we want to dive into that today. So people just hit the like button so we now have to stop the show and ask about like button going forward. All right?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
when I do that like button something there. So, you know the right thing when you come at people, you just knock on the gate. That's how you click the like button. I come and push up the gate and walk up to my yard. You will get bullet. Do the right thing, man. Dog and I Garrison and knock on the zinc fence. Anything you don't want to do. Yeah, man. Got some ripe mango there to them. I'll tell you the truth.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying, JT, is that I've been in the background, been quietly. I noticed you didn't mention Cataract on the recruitment thing. But may I tell you, say, a whole lot of players where you see.
Me know.
Cataract then come to. When they come, somebody might say Cataract. You know, so we can't say that. So I'm not going to say
But
specific.
Cataract, the reason why I say that use a man will never really ever try
No, man, ever try to go. I tell you, my most of the recruitment where you see.
Mm.
And I give credit where credit is due. Player like Dexter Lembeke, I run with Devon Porter. I say, I got the African brother. Just go allow the African now. So I never know a thing about him. That's why everywhere I go, I give Devon credit for the discovery, recruitment. When them say, yo, Cataract, help with this. I say, brother, when I help with nothing. Because I out there, I'm not Jamaican. I was more concerned with Tyler Roberts. Because both of them were at Wolverhampton at the same time for the ill-fated under 20. Right? At that time, he was playing left back. And we had Predator. And we had another left back. I soon tell you his name. I think he's from Santos. His father, I think, coaches at KC. Those are the two left backs. But what I began to realize is that some of the players, we get excited when we hear a name from England. And then we don't assess whether that player is of the requisite quality and standard to represent Jamaica or international football. I'm not going to call his name. So what I've done is I've reached out to the ultras at various clubs. I just want ultra people knowing in Jamaica. Don't get it twisted. I can't record the man. You understand? I will go up on terrace, go war already at El Salvador, Panama. You must have speed there yesterday. From when we are the battle in the terraces from 2000, then we are go to the 2002 World Cup. We are battling at terraces with the old hooligan and firm them from Central America in my younger days. So you just can't pull up on a firm, as them call them, you know, or ultras, and say, yo, I want to ask you about a player. They want to run away because they don't know who you are. You don't have no standing in world football. You don't have no standing. So I try to use that standing that I have and to talk to some football ultras, meaning diehard fans, about some players and some of their assessment of players who we did have up. Very different. What I also noticed, particularly this year, is a lot of the players who are at Premier League academies have gone out on loan. And when they come to big man football, they struggle to make an impact. And it's a steep learning curve. Right? So let me tell you where the man them start and say. 17, 18, the benchmark is Michael Owen and Wayne Rooney. Right? That is the benchmark. That at 16, 17, 18, those players were knocking down the door to start for England. You hear me say?
Theo Wilcott as well?
May I tell you what them say?
Okay.
I'm not going to add my thing. They said the benchmark for a young player for international football is Wayne Rooney and Michael
Owen. Yeah.
Because at 17, 18, they were not just knocking to come into the England squad where people were designated them to come start. Right? At that time, you had the Alan Shearers of this world, Chris Sutton. You know, those were the name brand strikers. Dwight York. Right? And I'm going to share something about some ultras from Aston Villa. Remember, we had a little conversation yesterday, and I would want to say we're not going back there. But Leon, humble yourself, try to achieve, and try to get back into the Jamaica system. Humble advice to you, because I think somebody called yesterday and said, if you remember, say, England man don't forget things.
Oh,
You see the statement where you make? Right? You see the statement where you make? Yeah, man, the man them where they are the ultras thing, the Archers pub. If you know anything, the Archers pub, you know what me I talk about, the Archers pub. Them not like it. You understand? You cannot small up the people in club. And Chelsea, Arsenal, those names ring fire around Brown. Not regarded as any special top player. It's just not. And one man, the word them use is a pony. Right? And when I say it's a legend, the man they go back and tell me about
Get to it.
No man, we get to it, man. I'm saying to you that in the reasoning, how they reason and how they look on the players, who they see day in, day out, is different from what we see on highlights. That's the point I'm making. Because remember they say them man they go training, you know. The man they go sit that them do just drink pint of beer and go training. So what happened, you know? Let's get down to business. What they are saying is that Jamaica should concentrate on recruiting between age 20 to 25. Because at that age, you generally have an idea of, I'm going to use a word now, the trajectory. You know what I mean? Of where a player is going and where he's not going. By 25, 26, 27, a player is supposed to be peak. I'm going to give you freedom reasoning. Right? And then 30, you know, you start go over the hill. So this thing where we were saying recruit at 16, 15, you know what I mean? They say you can bring them in there into the youth squad, but you can't tell anything.
Yeah.
So you tell me where you want to start off, and I will tell you what a go on for what a go on. So in the Premier League, there are about 19 elite players who are 19 players in the Premier League who are eligible to represent Jamaica. The other thing is just some things that they like when you ask a man about a player. First, the man I tell you, they don't respect nobody that don't start. They don't respect no depend them name. You understand? So we have been looking at some players who rob the bench, as we call it. But they are assigned to that club. But they're a bench robber. You have to be careful with that. They are suggesting we look at the number of starts a player has and the number of 90 minutes that a player plays. I don't know if you agree with me. You can chime in at any time based on what you know from across the pond here. They also say that because a player who doesn't play 90 minutes regularly, they say they don't in England, France, Spain, Germany, Italy. If you want to compete with the top nation, you're really playing 90 minutes. There might be a one player or a two player, but you can't have a set of players who are 45 minutes, 30 minutes. Someone are truckling with 1 minute and 13 minutes on them, something there. Right? So
Ketterak, stick up in there. Let me ask you this question.
Sure.
Let's say you are a recruiter or a scout for Jamaica, and based on that information, would you more go for players who are, let's say, in a League One or the Championship who's starting, getting those 90 minutes, as you would say, than some players in some potential better league, but them are rub off the bench constantly? How would you approach that?
Right. So as you and I spoke, and I said to you, based on the reasoning, and a whole day may reason with man, right? They are saying, man, we are playing 90 minutes. But that's your work with. They must say, man, we are playing 90 minutes. And I tell you what, one of the reasons they've said. They say sometimes you see a good player and wonder why that player is on the bench. And it could be that they're carrying an injury. Still in treatment, but it's a long-term injury. But because the club want to sell them, they have them on the bench and they suit them up.
Okay.
So you could be buying a donkey. That's the next word, but you know them have them film
you're buying a donkey for a horse.
For a racehorse.
Yeah.
Liam in a Zion. Right? Because they have to shift them off of the books. So they said, pay attention to that. So the answer to your question straight is you want a starting player or you want a player that's playing 90 minutes. That is the ideal player for international football. I don't know if you disagree with that. So
no, but what about the league for you? The start compared to the league.
No, again, what they're saying is you have to look at the player who is playing.
Okay.
That you might have a player in the Premier League who has better skill sets. However, if you can't use that skill set over 90 minutes or 45 minutes, you're not going to turn on. International football is not club football where you have 30 games to impact the team, or 40 games, right? 38 in the Premier League, and I think it's 44 in the Championship. So I'm just averaging it up to 40 games for the season. That over that time you can impact. When you come for a team, you might play 10 games for the year. So there's not that time. So it was a learning to me, Richard. I'll tell you the truth. It was a learning to me. Right? So what you have had is based on the reasoning now. I'm going to start highlighting, let me say, at the top.
All right. Before you start highlighting at the top, I want to ask you about a player and try to tie in that player into what your information today. A Dujan Sterling. No, said the recruitment process we're supposed to kick off with the player. He's over there in Scotland. Sign a 4-year contract. Play a lot of different positions.
No, he does not play a lot of different positions.
It states that on his profile that he plays right back, left back, winger sometimes. So a player like that, how does that Dujan Sterling fall into this discussion with, as you said, the starting minutes and Chelsea moving him? And is that Jamaica approaching the wrong kind of players? Or
so let me say this. I know that there's a recruitment effort for Dujan Sterling. Dujan Sterling is a Chelsea developed player. The firm hooligan them from Chelsea are called the Headhunters. And Chelsea is a hotbed of players who are eligible for Jamaica. Right? Chelsea and Arsenal. Chelsea and Arsenal. You could build a team for Jamaica out of them. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
So I had a good chat about the players. Dujan Sterling. If Dujan Sterling is coming to Jamaica as a right back, as a backup, I would think on a depth chart, he is an upgrade to. He's an upgrade to.
Avon Gray, Ragdoll.
No. Please, don't do that. Don't do that, because that's a player. And we call it straight on this thing here. I think that's a pony. I think we did not buy a racehorse on that player. I'd upgrade on Javian Brown, right? And would be in a depth chart. So good left back, good right back, sorry. Really is able to move along the wings. I would agree with his recruitment, because if you look at the issue I'm understanding, and somebody can explain it to me, because I don't know everything, that how can you get 2 yellow cards in the Nations League
And it carry
and
over into
into World Cup qualifier?
That was weird, man. That's weird.
I'm gonna ask you if you can check with the I know we have the links with Belgium, with Denmark and Sweden, those FAs, and verify that rule is what it is, because I was shocked.
I never heard that
when
before.
I heard it,
because I thought the yellow cards were attached
for
to
the tournament.
For the tournament that you're in, because how is yellow cards carrying over to other tournaments? I really don't get that. It was a bit confusing for me, but I love it. Come and say it's weird.
Yeah, so I have to check that, So that was weird. So if that is the case, I believe that we do need a competent right back.
Carl Dexter would be out then.
Yes, for the first game.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And so we would need a competent right back for June 6th. In terms of who is there. So, okay, Jeremy Miller, I'll check and see. The player that is been assessed is Maximilian Arons. Only good things to say about that player. Only good things to say about that player. Extremely tough 1v1. Can go forward. Has developed, has improved. Top-notch defender.
Is he still at Norwich?
No, he's at Bournemouth in the Premier League.
Okay.
Right?
He was at Norwich at one point.
Yeah,
right?
man, he was perennially at Norwich. Came up right through Norwich. Right? And I believe that he should be at the top of any recruitment based on what came through to us. Now, he was a player that I understood was hanging on to the England hopes, but my information is that fully goes up, fully ready up, fully steady up, and it's for the process to go through. Now, what we know is clear. He is of Jamaican heritage. He is in the eligibility, meaning his grandparents, his cousin represents Jamaica. That's Rolando. He's in Europe now. And so there shouldn't be any name spelling, them kind of hiccup there when it comes to the dog. So I think that is one of the places. And I don't believe now that recruiting wholesale. I agree with the persons who went on the show that I don't think that you would see more than two.
So if you're bringing Max Keterak, would you start him over Alambikisa?
That's the coach decision. But
For you, would you start him over Alambikisa? Just a Keterak. Just hypothetically, you're calling the shots.
Maximilian is the man. Max
don't
Aarons
think-
is the man.
I don't think I'm dropping Dexter Alambikisa in.
No, I'm not saying that. So Max is the man. And this is viewed by Norwich man them. In Bournemouth, what has happened is that he hasn't fully become an established starter. He's fighting for that right back position, but he has played a significant number of games this season. He had an injury, right, just when he was kicking on, but well-established international footballer. You understand? Well-established international footballer. At all the age groups coming up. If you look at how many games he has played, for the England youth team, it's a significant amount. So he's had 14 matches this season, curtailed somewhat due to injury, and had 1 assist. But as a defensive person, he really is, there. Over 200 appearances for Norwich. Or a significant number of appearances, because he played at all kind of different levels, right? But he has played in the Premier League for more than one season, right? He has played in the Premier League for more than one season. He's the man, right?
How old is he?
20, I think he's 23 or
23.
23. So he is in that sweet spot, as they call it, for international football, that sweet spot. 22, 21, 23. And if you're pointing me to England to look at the likes of Phil Foden, Cole Palmer, all those youngsters coming in, Harvey Barnes, James Maddison, all of those young are in that little sweet spot there. So I would say that for me I would eye that and target, because right back has been our Achilles heel. The other player is in the Championship, who is Kyle Walker-Peters, who I understand at this time.
All right. So Cataract. So once you go to the players, I'm just gonna read out a little bit of their the scouting assessment.
Go ahead. Max Aarons.
Yeah. Max Aarons, currently at Bournemouth as of April 2nd, 2024, age 23, position right wing back, can also play the full back position. His strengths, pace and stamina. Aarons possesses excellent pace, which allows him to get up and down the flank effectively. He has the stamina to maintain his high work rate throughout the game. Crossing, a strong attribute. Aarons can deliver dangerous crosses into the box, creating opportunities for teammates. Max Aarons as an attacking threat. He is comfortable taking on defenders and driving forward, offering attacking threat from the right side. Defending, solid defensively with good attacking ability and positional awareness. Areas of improvements, final ball decision making. While he is good crossing, his decision making in the final third can be sometimes lacking. His injury history, some reports suggest that he might be slightly injury prone, which could be a concern for the potential buyers. Overall, Max Aarons is a talented young right wing back with a lot of potential. He possesses all the physical attributes needed to be successful in the modern game. If he can continue to develop his decision making and avoid injuries, he could become a top player in the Premier League. So there you have it, Cataract. Their concerns are injuries and his decision making on the
Okay.
ball.
So I'll give you two quick scouting sides. One side cites his strengths as holding on to the ball, passing strong, dribbling strong, concentration strong. I like that concentration aspect. I've been looking at it because that goals that we give away the 88, 89, 90th, 91st, 95th minute, you need players that can concentrate. His weakness that they pointed out is aerial duels. He is short, right? However, wing backs, a lot of wing backs, not a lot of wing backs are short,
Yeah.
right? But you don't have to do a lot of aerial dueling work out on the wings. You need to be delivering the crossing in. And that aspect of talking about crossing is so important if a player like Shamar Nicholson is going to become the mainstay of our attack. He needs to have good crosses into the box rather than just simply punting the ball up in a straight line with his back to the goal. What do you think? What do the people think?
So let me read some comments here. Davon, Davy and Chris said, been waiting to see Max Aarons in the Reggae Boys team. Davon McNeil said, Max a big baller. Here, Chris Smith came in and says, Ben Godfrey is better than Max Aarons, and Ben can play CDM and center back, right back, and left back.
Now, you did hear what we spoke about earlier. Players a lot of minutes. Ben had a difficult last season. And the truth of the matter is that they were trying to ship him out in January. Right? Ben is way older than Max. I think he's about 3 years older. You can check that out, 25, 26. Well, look, Lance, so why you come here to say you're not going to follow? Like, seriously? Go and do some army work, man. Go clean up the barracks. Scrub. Rush. Come to not going to follow. We're not telling you. I'm willing. The other reason I think is that I do not believe that Gareth Southgate can really get to this player in terms of offerings because they have made the move with Rico Lewis, bringing him in as the new right back. I think people would have to look at themselves, the Justin Jameses of this world, etc. The people who are in the right back standing. What do you think? Right? And as I said, for me, his recruitment profile I would put as a 8. Right? Need in that position, and these are some of the things I'm getting now. Right? Don't think that I'm just bright. These are some of the things the man them say. Do you like a player? Does your club need that player? And you can translate that to the country. I think the need for Jamaica for a right back is 10.
And Cataract, I'm going to give you the top 10 right backs in the EPL. Trent Alexander at number 1. Kieran Trippier at Newcastle. Kyle Walker, Manchester City.
All Jamaican eligible players.
Yeah, Gusto at Chelsea. Ben White at Arsenal. Pedro Pereiro at Tottenham, and Reece James at Chelsea. That's number 7. Diego Dillot at Manchester United. Number 8. Matthew Cash at Aston Villa. Number 9. And Aaron Wan-Bissaka at Man U. Those are the top 10 right backs in the EPL.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. If Gareth Southgate was looking for a prospect to move to, there are names ahead of him And so I think he's what you're looking for a reggae boy player. Has Premier League experience, more than one season, has a large number of games under his large number of caps, and well, for this one, the downside would be that he's battling for that starting position, right? So that's my thing on Max Aarons. I think we have a need for a second right back. I believe he fits the profile that we're looking for. So I give him 8.5. Eligibility 10. And desire to play for Jamaica, I would put it at about 8.
Okay, and based on my Intel cataract, which we had the discussion last week, Max Aaron stated that he's still waiting on England. He needs time. He thinks he can still play for England. That was the news I got last week, because we went through a lot of these players, and Max Aaron was one of the men who stated he's waiting on England. So I'm not sure what I'll go on with him this.
So we have a little different intel.
Yeah,
we have to respect other things, right?
Yeah.
But he's a player I would have red hot on my go out and shop. If the genie rubbed the lamp and gave me 3 buys or 3 things for Jamaica, he would be in the top 3. The reason why I would have him over Kyle Walker-Peters, who is a bit more experienced and still eligible, you might want to break down what you have discovered about Kyle, is that at Kyle's desire to play for Jamaica, I put at about a 2.
2. Yeah, it's very low based on
very low. And when the 2 want to pick up the mango where drop on the ground. Unfortunately, I believe Kyle is going to become one of those, and I say to Kyle, don't be a Jason Puncher. You'll be in your rocking chair waiting on England. you know the man in a rocking chair.
Yeah. A lot of these people it are gonna happen to. And Cataract, you touched on an amazing point earlier, because before you came on, one of my questions to the everybody in the comment section was, what age do you think it's the ideal age to either give up on the players who say they want to wait on England? And when you came on and you said, based on your reports or the conversations you had today with fella ultras, they're saying from 20 to 25. And I also believe that 25 should be the cutoff if you don't want to make the decision before 25, unless Cataract, they are a late bloomer who start playing well, like picking up later. And we understand, but I think we need to start having a cutoff point where someone reach 30 and them are come plan for play for Jamaica. I think we need to run with some of them people there, to be honest. I strongly believe that, maybe that's not the right word to use, but yeah. I don't think we should be.
I believe when a man want to come in, but if you and I rocking chair, bro, and a next man out there I do the thing, then I have to say that the ship might sail without you. And from Hal Grimson, I believe he wants people who are committed. I don't disagree with him with that. But he also wants people who are elite. Right? So that is where I have it. But you can share on your thing on Kyle, and then we can move on from the right back.
You want Kyle Walker-Phillips?
Kyle Walker-Peters. You can share what your scouting says about him. And then we can take it from there.
You said Kyle Walker?
Peters, yes. Kyle Walker-Peters.
Kyle Walker-Peters. Yeah, man. He's another player that I think during the discussion, he's waiting on England as well. So let me see the scouting report. Let me just see the scouting report on Kyle Walker-Peters. Kyle Walker-Peters is currently at Southampton. He's 26 years old. He's a right back, can also play as a wingback. Strength, pace, stamina. Walker Peters has good pace, which allows him to recover defensively and get forward. Support in attack. His stamina enables him to maintain effort throughout the match. Attacking threats. As an offensive fullback, he's comfortable taking defenders and taking on defenders and putting in dangerous crosses. Statistics show he attempts more dribbles per 90 minutes than some of the league's most recognized fullbacks. So that's an important statistic there for Kyle Walker Peters. He says attacking threats, offensive fullback. He's comfortable, and the statistics shows he attempts more dribbles per 90 minutes than some of the league's top wing backs. Versatility. He's very comfortable playing in a back four or a wing back role, adapting to the tactical demands of the system. Passing, possess a good passing range with a high completion rate. Areas of improvement, they're saying defensive awareness, while not a major weakness, there can be lapse in his positional awareness at times, allowing attackers space to exploit him. They also say his decision making in the final third, his crossing is good, but he can sometimes make the wrong choice in the final third, missing opportunities. Overall, Kyle Walker Peters is a reliable and well-rounded right back with a strong attacking presence. He has experience in the Premier League and is entering his prime years. If he can continue to refine the defensive awareness and decision making in the final third, he can become a top player. They say that he's pretty good in a back four though. Cataract. He's more seem like he's more suited in a back four, but Jamaica is we're working with a back
to the
three.
back 3.
Mhm.
You and I read the same thing. So my scouting report says, and these are people that they think this excellent dribbler,
Mhm.
right? So the Jamaican fan base will love him. Shift people, move past them. Passing is strong, concentration strong. That's tick marks. Weakness, aerial duels, which really don't matter as a wing back, but tackling as a weakness is a problem for me because the 1v1 defending, and I guess that would have come out in what you had been espousing, right? They
Cataract, you know, have no cut off age for when players can come and play for Jamaica. I really want to press you on that.
I don't have a cutoff age, right? I wouldn't have a cutoff ages when anybody comes. You know what I mean?
I don't know if that's healthy. I don't know if
No,
that's healthy.
because if a man at 30 and him a fire, you would cut him off if he wants to come and we have a thing.
As of right now, I'm okay with that, you know. But I feel like going forward, Jamaica, we might need to have something in place where if these players don't make a decision by a certain age, we leave them alone, bro.
Okay, we have to agree to disagree.
Yeah,
but I believe in terms of focus, you can't be focusing on a man that's 30. But there are positions, for example, at CDM. If I get a CDM at 30, 31 years old, I'm going to take him right now. You know what I mean? Because we just don't have anybody. Right. But I didn't say that he was a bad player as in a low-hanging fruit mango. I'm just saying that his interest in Jamaica would have placed him, you know, just we rather go after low-hanging fruits. That is me personally.
But Dujan Sterling is said to be, people are saying that he could potentially be the replacement for Damian Lowe in the starting lineup as the CDM.
Me and I run a CDM joke with nobody. CDM is not a position you come and learn, right? At the international level, you'll get burned as a competing for starting place. Now, Dujan Sterling is at Rangers. He has played in Europe. But saying a man play in Europe is one thing, because Rangers pick up 1-5 and them something in Europe, So, so not because a man play in Europe, you have to look at what the result was and what the result has been. Right? So I am all in for him getting his Jamaican passport. Welcome aboard. Go for them. As I would say. But I see him as a right back, competing for right back. Right, so it's a right back that I see him as. But I mean, other people have scouted him differently.
The scouting report, as you said,
yes, he played 3 times as a right back his entire career, and 100 and something time as a 100 and something time as a right back, and 3 times as a CDM. Don't bring that to me. Me not ramp with my team.
So you don't think him can start over Damian Lowe?
CDM, I believe. I don't think you can start over Kira Anderson as a CDM.
Okay, all right.
I mean, I'm not all sold on John Russell, but at least John Russell knows what to do.
Yeah, man. Jeremy and Miller, go ahead and ask the question. Just say you want to go to work. I don't know if you want to call in to ask Cataract or what you have going on there. Chevron, me see the machine. Okay, I don't know what going on with Chevron there. What we are building.
Yeah, I wanted to say something pertaining to Dexter. I think we won't have Dexter for the Dominican Republic game.
Yeah, man. That's what we were talking about. Why does the yellow card Chavon goes over from the Nation League into World Cup qualifier?
I think, all right, so what CONCACAF, because it was listed in their rule books for the Nation League, if a player hadn't served a suspension from a particular tournament, the next official, basically the CONCACAF tournament, it will actually carry over as well. So that's the reason why. So the player couldn't have actually could have served the suspension because the Nation League is now over. So it has to carry over into the World Cup qualifiers. So that's why.
Okay.
So let me ask a question. So if he had gotten a yellow card in the semi-final and nothing in the final, and he got a yellow card now against Dominican Republic, then you're telling me that for the next game against Guatemala he would be suspended?
I don't think so, because he wouldn't have had a suspension at that time.
Yeah.
Okay, it just means that we're gonna have to have a bigger pool, and we're going to have to be very savvy with certain things.
Cataract, I think this question probably is gonna be for you. Jeremy Miller, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, man, we can hear you.
Cataract, big up yourself.
Good afternoon.
What I learned, right, from talking to someone overseas, and I saw this report too, that a lot of players from the US and England and Canada, even other places in Europe, once them choose us, their value go down. So they have to. So a lot of them is thinking twice before they do that.
So I don't know of that. What I will say to you is that if you're an England international, then you would get a higher value than being a Jamaican international.
Okay. The next question is this, right? This tug-of-war between we and England and the US and most places, right? Because they might watch them see the what you call it process, right? Recruiting process.
Yes.
USA do it, England do it, everybody do it. Don't you think sometimes it's best if we kind of keep it on the deal? Because if them know so we're gonna go after this player, then them start to step up on them recruiting too. Because some of these coaches, they have no intention of playing these kids. They just want to cup tie them.
So, first of all, minute the deal. No Sean Puff Daddy Combs business, boy. Secondly, anything that you do in the dark shall come out in the light. You understand? So I don't know that England doesn't know who is eligible for Jamaica, for Poland, for Ireland, for Scotland, and for Nigeria and Ghana. What's happening to England is that based on the strategy by Garrett, he has to create all kind of squad under 18, under 19, under 20, under 21, under 22, under 23, under 17, under 16, under 15 to find place to show people. Because we are not the only ones he's at war with. So if you look, for example, the top score, the second in the race for the Golden Boot is Dominic Solanke from Bournemouth. Incidentally, the club that Max Irons is at, right? And when you look at the fact that I think it's Nigeria or Ghana, I can double check, in seeking to recruit him. And what has happened to Gareth Southgate? He has no space now because he's fudging around with Ivan Toney, right? So at some point it catches up with you. And I believe England has gotten as much as they can get before now it starts looking ridiculous for a man to say, yo, may I look and wait for England.
Marlon Nelson says Nigeria, Ketara.
Nigeria, thank you. Right? So they know who. What they did, is that I think in the academic phases particularly, they started having people indicate their dual nationalities or the triple nationalities as part of the whole academy system. So they didn't want to be caught by surprise that the man is eligible for somewhere.
One last question, because I'm about to go into work. So first of all, enough respect to what you and Devon Porter and all of you guys are doing. Enough respect, brethren, because when you put in a lot of hours and stuff, so I never take off my hat to enough respect. But I was watching this thing where it was an ESPN where they say Musa, that's actually playing for the US, when he was playing for Valencia, the coach of Valencia called the US coach, Greg, and said, man, there's a kid here with an American passport. Take a look at him. I think we can also have something like that set up where our coach or our federation have a situation with other clubs abroad. Any Jamaican, eligible player, which the JFF not gonna do that shit anyway, But even our coach, from overseas, that's a good one right there, where the coach of Valencia have Greg number and call Greg and said, there's a kid here with an American passport. Take a look at him. What do you say about that?
My answer to say is that congratulations, coach, on your new US visa. Nobody don't want a visa from Jamaica. If you call you up and say play there for you look for. That does not happen. A country like United States has goodies. I'm just saying. The other thing is that there's some real issues with recruitment. So I don't expect coaches to be calling up at any time to say, but look here, let me strike that back. At age 15, Ben Godfrey's coach at York City called up Jamaica, sent in the tapes, and sent in a letter to say, I have a 15-year-old kid who is going to be a Premier League player in the next 3 to 5 years. Jamaica, he said the same to the Leeds, because he sent it to both of them, international and club. You would be dumb not to bring this kid in at your youth program, because he is going to be a Premier League player. That if you recall, that was sat in file 13 in JFF. They denied it. I had to go and get the reporter from Leeds and dig up the newspaper article, and it was a bit of embarrassment. So it has happened before. I think your coaches like Darren Moore might say to Jamaica, your other Jamaican ex-players who are coaches might give a heads up. I know Marcus Gale was trying very hard to get Ivan Toney, but it doesn't happen as a norm. with coaches who have nothing to do with
Okay.
Jamaica, meaning they're non-Jamaican, right?
Okay, man.
As you
You
hang up, I'm
see,
going
you
to
get
ask.
my work now. JT and Cataract, enough respect.
Yeah,
See, me
enough
go
respect.
and listen, but enough respect, man. Cataract, keep on the way of the virgin, you know? But just keep it down sometime, because we don't want England here say
No,
you go for your player and go
no,
snatch him up and don't use him. You see me? Enough respect, man. Enough respect.
no,
Little
man,
more.
respect, man. So Jay Taylor,
Mm.
this thing about recruitment and others can give you their stories. Let me tell you, I don't want Coach Halgrimson to get frustrated. I want Coach Halgrimson to understand our culture. We name a good some place in a brother. I've encountered very good player, very good player. Get the info, him is Jamaican, eligible, father's Jamaican, everything ready. And the dog I said, well, you need the ID for the father, and it expire. And people reach out to daddy and say, yo, everything for going on, the man for go in and do him interview and thing, and then it start. And when we call daddy and say, yo, what, why we can't get the updated thing? Just go renew your thing now, man, and make a case go through now. Make a youth. I say, yo, big man. No, so just dash with 2 man 2 days ago. So that going that thing and real new thing now go work, you know. 'Cause man is on the run. And that a real talk. Other man can confirm that. Man saying just dash with 2 something. Can't make it, brother. We've had other players. I mean, I've had the experience where player everything going good, everything line up and them contact grammar. That player is still devastated. Can't call his name, you know, but he would have been a contender for a left back, for a centre back and defender for Jamaica, right?
All right, but see, while Cataract sort out the privacy issues, people, I don't know how I feel about the I don't know how I feel about when people say we have to keep it down with Southgate. Don't you think if players grew up in England coming up to the system, Siobhan, England would have already been locked in on these players and know that this player can potentially play for Jamaica? I don't listen. And another thing, if a player has dual citizenship and can represent Jamaica and represent England, I actually want England to know about the player because I need the player to make a full commitment towards Jamaica. I need the player to decide, yo, am I all in here? Am I going to play for Jamaica or I'm going to play for England? This thing where we are just make the player them like, the man them still away till them are 28, 29 before them come play for we. So it seemed like it not helping because the whole YouTube thing really popped off 3 or 2 years ago, really, where players start really promoting at the public. So I don't know if we can really stop England from really take players from we Las Blancos. I don't know if we can do that because them are raise up them kid they from them are 8. Where you say Siobhan?
You hear me?
Yeah, man.
Yeah. Apologies. I never introduced myself earlier today. Bless up to everybody in the chat and bless up JT as well. Ketterak, I don't know if he's backstage right now or what, but I kind of agree to some extent, because you want to know that the players that are coming, that they are fully committed to our cause. You don't want it to be a situation where it's just because England never called them why they did that they're not here. We want to know that the person knew that England wants them, but I'm committed to Jamaica. But on the other hand, as well, I have to be somewhat understanding and to some of the players as well, because a lot of those players as well, they would have all grown up with with the expectation of wanting to represent England. Just like how every one of us here in Jamaica, that's are in Jamaica, grew up wanting to one day play for the Reggae Boys.
Mm.
So a lot of us grew up with that. Now all wanted that dream, that goal to play for Jamaica, and then so those players will have that. So I can understand as well if that actually does happen. So I can't bash them. So that's I'm 50-50 on that.
And up and running say, but we turned them back. Look what Fuzzy did to Splat and Dexter. No, Dexter spoke about that on an interview. Up and running. Dexter Lambikisi spoke about that on an interview. He said he was going through an injury and it was a decision made between him and his club whether he comes and play the youth tournament for Jamaica or he takes the time and just recover properly. We all knew that the splat thing is still was all over the place. We hear one story about saying he disrespected the coach, and we heard one story that the coach just didn't like splat. I don't know the truth there if Fuzzy really did like the youth, but I'm still looking at Splat. No, I want to see Splat take another step in his career as well. Good youth player, but as what Cataract said, let's go back to what Cataract said. A lot of times when these players either, because Splat will eventually probably get loaned out. Cataract is saying a lot of times, based on his info, when these players get loaned out, they struggle when they run into big man football. So bringing some of them into the Jamaica team, how in a CONCACAF, I don't know how does that work. You're I don't know how that
So you're absolutely correct. Um, I believe that we would have to see a player playing good minutes, like Bailey Kadamati, for example, has been playing good minutes starting in the championship against tough defenders, international defenders playing the championship, right? Um, and therefore, you can make an assessment about him and his readiness for the senior team, which I believe that he was really ready for a cap, particularly when we were short-handed, right? Um, very good reports about that player. Very, very, very good reports about that player. Say he has an engine on him. He runs hard, plays hard, has turned himself into a bit of a fan favorite. Has development to go because the man is not stupid, but much of what he is lacking on, they believe that the fact that he's playing week in, week out against big people, he will be able to work on those things and improve. So a very good thing. The Sheffield man, they really were surprised that he took the lower league call up. They really were surprised. They believe that he should have come to Jamaica. Right?
Chris Smith, me no know how Tyler Roberts and Whisper reached in a competition. Because are two different players. Like
But Tyler's been playing big man football. He struggled when he went out to Doncaster. Didn't get much minutes. I think that was League Two. So there's a bit of a concern. But what happens is you have a loans manager at these clubs, the bigger clubs, and they will either pull you if you're not getting enough minutes. That's what happened, I think, with Dane Scarlett, and that's a name I want to pause on, because I believe that
Cataract has to take a pause. Kelly Sinclair said, as the guy from AFTV said last week, we should understand the decision the players face. They are under pressure from agents, clubs, and family to play for England. Yeah, I strongly believe that. And that's my take on Omari Hutchinson. I think he was pressured into not playing for Jamaica. I stand by that, as well as his experience when he came. Malik Mothersill playing League One. He's going to be a superstar. Remember, I said it. Chris, okay. Marvin Perrin says he would love to see Brandon Covers playing in CONCACAF because for me, Brandon is good. I agree with that. So is Kadamachi on our radar? Kadamachi is old news,
Yes.
my brother.
He has a Jamaican passport.
He has a Jamaican passport. It's just for Kadamachi to come and play for Jamaica now. So Kadamachi, the ball is in his court, basically.
So if you look at attackers, right, and I want to get back to the elite. So the other area where we have a problem is CDM, and the truth of the matter is there's no elite CDM outside of Isaac Hayden who would even fit the age thing. And I think Hayden is now what, 28?
Yeah.
But the truth is, I believe his interest in representing Jamaica is about 5.
Wow.
His suitability 10, need 10, and I really believe Isaac Hayden is a Premier League sort of CDM. However, injury and the body, the injury and the body, I think God all concerned, we don't want another Kevin Stewart to happen to us, where a player comes represent Jamaica and just break down and that's the end of his career. So I have to respect that. I really believe that had it not been for his injury history, no, he would have stepped forward in the process. So CDM is the wide open thing. I heard somebody mention Elijah Bonner Dixon earlier. If you look, Elijah Bonner Dixon is at QPR. Paul Hall we have there, who has watchful eyes. He had a very horrific injury, and having come back, he's sort of transformed himself more into a number 10 rather than the old defensive midfielder. But my stark and my measuring is that, look, Isaac Hayden came into that club in December after leaving from Belgium on bad terms, came in the January transfer window. And basically, Elijah has just been on the bench because Isaac Hayden is that good. So I don't know who told you that Isaac Hayden is washed up. He is that good. Chris Smith, Isaac Hayden has a place and is the starting CDM at QPR, but they have to manage his minutes because they have to manage the body. They need to get into, they're now safe. I don't think they'll make the playoffs. And so a lot of that is minute management when it comes in.
For me, Cataract, Isaac Hayden is like an old car we get trouble. Our used car we get trouble. Just always a broke down. And maybe I'm just saying this in a Jamaican term, people. I'm not saying this to be harsh. The player, I can't remember the last time Isaac Hayden played a full season of football. Dre, anyway, are you talking to us, Dre?
No, man. I'm in charge of them.
Okay.
But I hear everything when you say.
Okay.
Big up Chevron, Cataract, big up.
Oh, yeah.
Everything. Anytime you're ready.
Yeah. So Isaac Hayden, for me, I think we're wasting time on that player. But I do understand what Cataract is saying. We're based on his quality. And Coach Devon gave a scouting report on Isaac Hayden and confirmed that the player said he would love to play for Jamaica. However, he doesn't think his body would allow him to hold up. And we have to respect that. But I still think I can't say he waited too long because it would have been the same situation, right? He would have came.
Yeah, he would have came and he would have been injured. Very unfortunate. I thought he would have solved it. You've heard me say this before. Isaac Hayden come, I even mentioned Anthony Grant again. because I think he's that good for our football, right? I wish him all the best. I wish him a long career. I would have hoped that he still gets a Jamaican passport. And so, for example, like a Copa Libertadores or a Gold Cup, where the games are over a month, he can come. I don't think his body will hold up to the transatlantic travel and then to go and play and then go back a couple days later and represent his club. I think that's the schedule that is rough with him. But I believe that I would still recruit him, but I would have him as a tournament player. I don't know if you get it.
And before I let Jay Anyweather in, I because I think international football, I don't think it would take so much a toll on him. If you look at the windows cataract, it's predominantly 2 games. Like you come for a time, you have 2 training sessions 2 days before, and you have another day off and another training session and another game. So it's kind of like a 2-game thing. So Dre, anyway, go ahead. If you want to have your take on this.
You see, we kind of differ still in a JD. JT, sorry.
Yeah.
I call a shiny man name for your show. But
Okay.
anyway, we kind of differ still. Because this is how I look at it. We're excited about Dujan Sterling, or most of the fan base excited about Dujan Sterling coming in, but coming in as a CDM because them know it's a makeshift CDMs we having at the team, except for Kira Anderson. I would say like the coach now have that trust in him for start him in a big games. So right now it look like him just want gradually bring him
Would you
along and
start him,
prove
Dre? Would you start him?
From seeing how the player play and perform when him come on the field, yes, would have started. Him look like that. Him have the elk and him have the physique and me like how him playing at the position. But apart from that, let me get back to the point where I make. All right, so you say Isaac Aiden because of age and because him turn with down and say my weight and all of that, but yeah, different circumstances, different reasons why player kind of delay certain things. Sometimes it's club, sometimes a contract, as in the case of other players. That's the situation. So if him come now and perform above expectations, because remember you're bringing in a real CDM that played the position over the years. So he might come with whole heap
Dre, anyway,
experience, you know.
Grimey says undrop who?
Well, it would be a shift. So Sterling would have come in, but he might come in as a right back. And then Tevan Gray, for him spot would have to lift up. And then Aiden drop in the. So that's the move would have make with me would have make still. But like I said, an experienced defensive midfield over the years, and we see it's a position I need where we have. Not just a position where we want to experiment with. It's a position I need, and we are going to play against some bigger teams now in this Copa America tournament that coming up. And the joke teams and the Caribbean team like the Dominica and the Puerto Rico and Trinidad and Haiti and them team there are some real big teams we are play against. Don't make the rankings fall on for Venezuela and them thing there, but it's a different kettle of fish with them team that we're going to play against.
Dre,
So that's it. That situation.
Dre, I want some man realize in the tournament you come up against if you make it out to the group stage, like Bruno Gamarich, Casemiro, Moise Caicedo. It's not a joke, Dan. It's not a joke.
Even in the group stage,
You be embarrassed, my dad. You be left embarrassed.
Because not only that, you know, sometimes you see player playing a different league and thing. It's because they never recover from injury in time, and sometimes them spot get hit. them position get eat by another player who them sign or a big money signing. So don't make that fool on sometime, you know, because the player could pick up an injury and then them go sign another player for a big money signing, and then management decisions and ownership decisions, you can't end up alone out the player where you just signed. So the one who come back from injury are end up and get loaned out. So there are certain situations where don't account for on paper that you just have to kind of do your research and understand. So that's what I say about this evening. If him for come and decide say yes, now is the time of a 3-year contract with this club just signed and all of that, you know, I'm ready now to make the move and in paperwork's together, I would accept him. Because a good player where Kera Anderson can groom below still, you know, because Kera is one for the court you can't call it present because we still like the coach don't have that trust in him. And we can't call it distance future because he have potential for starting at some games until him develop into that consistent starter. So I say we need somebody who have the experience and the knowledge, because the CDM position is a very, very, very important position for the park, you know.
But it's also taxing on the body.
Very.
Yeah. So there goes a player now go come and just play 90 minutes in a CONCACAF football and them small pitcher and them small field, yeah, coming from the spacious European field where them can walk on. Them can't walk on the CONCACAF field, them, you know. So there's Wally you have to take into consideration.
Lewis Baker, cataract. People always ask about this player. I think it's a 0% chance he plays for Jamaica, based on what I'm hearing. He's not up for it.
So Lewis Baker.
Tread lightly in a cataract, you know I'm a baller.
The upgrade on Ravel Morrison, the upgrade on Casey Palmer, dead ball specialists. I would believe in that central midfield, the need is is sky high. So a 10 for the need. I think he is at his full development. He's not going to get any better, right? He's a goal scoring threat, excellent passing, good range. I believe he made a fatal error. Desire to play for Jamaica, as we speak today, is 10 out of 10. Not
Lewis Baker?
Lewis Baker. Not waiting on England, not nothing. Unfortunately.
That's shocking. That's breaking news.
Unfortunately.
That's breaking news, people.
The recruiters are going to have a hard time because grandma has passed recently. Why you wait till granny pass, brother? Why you never come when we call you?
Cataract, you're muted. You mute yourself.
You didn't hear me. I'm saying Lewis Baker, desire to play for Jamaica, 10 out of 10. We need him, 10 out of 10. Like dry peas need water. He's an upgrade on Ravel. He's an upgrade on Casey Palmer.
Let me just say this right now, Cataract. I don't see no ball I want to have available for Jamaica where is an upgrade for Ravel Morris in a Ravel
has not played.
Brother, right now, I'm going to take Ravel in a wheelchair over a certain ball.
No, as you okay, man. Lewis Baker is a very accurate pass of the ball. He uses the ball well. His desire to play for Jamaica.
JT
tell we the man said, bro.
Let me finish. Hold on. Let me just finish. Right. So I am telling you that his desire to play for Jamaica is 10 out of 10.
And when did that occur, Keter? Just asking questions.
Red hot. No, don't do that.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
No, may I think about the timeline?
What I'm saying to you, red hot. The issue with Lewis is he was injured. He lost his place to Josh Laurent, who has become the captain. I think Josh Laurent is eligible for Dominica or one of those countries. Let's hope that by the time we come to play them, they haven't recruited him. Lewis has all the attributes for me to succeed in CONCACAF. Right? Strong player, tall, strong lad. But unfortunately, I think the recruiters are going to have a very hard time getting the citizenship and passport. Because unfortunately, when Lewis has really come into understanding about Jamaica and that this is where he should hang his hat, grandma has passed.
All right. I'm going to ask this one to Jay anyway that can take this question.
Lewis Baker, why you wait so long?
Yeah.
Why you never been called? Why you never been come when we call you, dog? When we are call you, you come.
But me get Jay anyway that this question from New Media 876. He says, the way how Sterling played, to me, him reckless. Things him get away with in Scotland, not in CONCACAF. That guy have a lot of technical faults. Jay, anyway, what says you on that?
Well, I haven't seen him much when he play Scotland, to be honest. But from Chelsea, Chelsea PL2 and pre-season, when we used to see him, never play that way. Maybe because them
what position did it seem player?
At right back.
Okay.
Right midfield. Right back, right side.
Right side.
So now them probably have him play a CDM because I'm going to try make a spot in the team.
No, Dre, he's not playing CDM. He has only ever played 3 games of CDM. Come on.
Oh, see there? So,
he's a right back. I would say he's a decent right back.
Yeah.
When my little scouting report, them say he loves to play the ball off the ground, and he loves long ball.
Let me give you the scouting report,
Keter. Ding. Love long ball.
Scouting report again, based on what you said. Position right wing back, can also play the full back position. Strength, pace, stamina. Sterling possesses excellent pace, which allows him to get up and down the flanks. He has the stamina to maintain high work rate. Crossing, strong attributes. Sterling can deliver dangerous crosses into the box, and he tends to create opportunities for teammates. Attacking threat, comfortable taking on defenders, driving forward, offering an attacking threat from the right side. Versatility, can play as a right back or a right wing back, providing tactical flexibility to his team. Areas he needs to improve: defensive awareness, can sometimes be caught out of position often defensively, allowing attackers to exploit him at will. Decision making in the final third, his decision making can be lacking as well at times, leading to a lot of missed opportunities. Another problem is his end product. While he creates chances, his end product, goals and assists, needs to improve drastically. Overall, Dujan Sterling is a talented young right wing back with a lot of potential. He possesses the physical attributes and the attacking ability to be successful at the highest level. If he can continue to develop his defensive awareness and decision making, he could become a top player in the Premier League. So there you have it, Keter, on Dujan Sterling. That's the scouting report there. And nothing is said about CDM. I don't see anything in the center of the park for him, Dre. So it is
like, might have. I have to tell you, I have researched it. 3 matches, 1 match 31 minutes, 1 match a couple of minutes. So the people who are run down this Google something, you have to dig a little deeper, right? Yeah, but so we're not go into it, but
I revive say Cataract Louis Baker isn't better than Casey Palmer.
Your opinion.
All right.
I'm saying to you that Louis Baker is coming back. Louis Baker is an extremely deadly dead ball specialist. All those free kicks that the dribblers that we used to have, like Leon Bailey, Demarai Gray, those free kicks that we win. You need I believe we would benefit from having a specialist free kick taker on the park. And Louis Baker is making Daniel Johnson, who is in our 23 man, seriously rub the pine. Because Daniel Johnson is now third in line in that central midfield.
Yeah. He's a proper bench player now. Jerry, any weather?
JT, hold on there. Contrary to other people them are saying, everybody have their own opinion and them own favorite in the team. So if Baker for come in, that means is a spot that one of them favorite baller then believe say I gonna have to give up enough. But listen to this. Baker in 3 games after Stoke signed him became the captain of the team in his first season. After 3 games, the man become the captain, get the captain armband. And yes, the man scored goals too, from outside of the box and also a free kick. In the play at the cam like where Palmer play, but him come from midfield at number 8, sometimes as 6, but mostly as the 8, box to box. So that's why I bring to the team. And him draw a lot of fouls too. Because I know for sure.
Oh, yeah. When Jay sought out the other Cataract,
It's basically the same Anthony Grant mold. John Russell, the same thing. It's a Chelsea CDM. Draw a lot of fouls, collect the ball, turn, talk to the back line, protect the ball, and then they push it back in safety first. Right? So that's a fact. I can't go against anything them say.
Dwight McNeil, Cataract.
Dwight McNeil. Interest 2. Need 5. We have a Demarai. We have our top option of Mason Greenwood. So I wouldn't be running in that direction. It might have Granny dead and you have information from Granny about what happening in Jamaica. Where she born, who she married to, yeah, those little things. You know what I mean? It matters. Okay, son? If we tell you it matters, it matters.
I revive Cataract. There's no way you have been watching the championship this season.
I watched the championship this season. And for the last 15 seasons prior to 2 years ago, because I watched Leeds United. What are you trying to tell me, Dan? I seen what they did to Stoke last year. Don't ramp with man's thing. Don't do that, blood. It's not happening. You get me? Man sees what man sees. And I'm telling you that big man thing, Louis Baker's better than Casey Palmer. It's not a if and but or maybe. In the position that we want them to play, that deep lying playmaker position.
All right. And this question is going to go Jay Anyweather. And then Cataract can segue on that question. You see Casey Palmer as an answer in this Jamaican team? Because I don't. I'm waiting to see what Casey Palmer does well. I'm waiting to see that. I'm not seeing that. Is it that I'm not giving him enough time at the international level and I need to just be more patient or what?
All right. So, typical typical, me not beat the coach too bad enough, but typical players that play in them rightful position and develop over the years to play a certain position in a them club, when them come to the national team, we have them playing in other position and asking more of them. So this player is creative on the ball, playing with two other midfielders that do the tackling and the hustling. And more is supposed to be below the strikers or withdrawn as a camp, right? When we have him playing so deep in the team, it take away one heap and attributes for him to showcase what he can do at the club level and bring it to the national team level. Now, see the formation that the coach play with the two holding midfielder, the double pivot, it's going to be tough having a creative midfielder playing that position. That's one thing. And the second thing, you see, because of what Ravel playing at the 4-3-3 formation, how Ravel was able to roam the field and roam the park and be that guiled, that mice the park for us when him have the ball and on the ball and in creativity and in one-touch passes and how him calm things down. What Ravel did was set the bar so high, so when we have another player who come in at the team, that the people that might say him coming to replace Ravel, the calling is still there for a player of Ravel's caliber. So the bar was set so high and the fan favorite and the style of play where Ravel play, it suits the Jamaican fan base.
Yeah.
So if I'm going like Casey, although it may be better overall with all the attributes and all that, better player overall than a Ravel, because of what Ravel brings to the team and on the field and what and how he forces opponents to always account for him on the field, and because of vision and creativity and ball skills, it's not a one-on-one dribbler, you know, but he's a scorer of some big goals too. We saw what him do when him did that derby. Remember him the derby and you see some banging one-time goal where him score, some golazos. That's Ravel. So that's why the crowd still a cry and ask Ravel today in our team. And I believe that this tournament gonna miss him too coming up, whether or not he gets signed or not.
Let me read these comments and hand it over to
Take
Qatar.
it over, Qatar.
No,
I can't read nothing.
No, me, may I read it, man. No problem. Sterling, Marlon Nelson says Sterling played in the midfield because Rangers was short in the midfield. Once James came back, James is fit. Sterling can't play right back for Rangers. Okay. Chris Smith, Lewis Baker is a box to box. Casey Palmer is a number 10. Would love to see Lewis Baker in the side. He's both footed. Lorenzo says, I'm yet to see the hype surrounding Casey Palmer. Bro, I'm still waiting. What about Tyreek Mitchell? Tyreek Mitchell is a no-go either based on what I'm hearing. Not going to touch the Reece Nelson thing. I already explained to you guys what's going on with the Reece Nelson thing. It's still up in the air. That me I talk about. Everybody are crazy over Sterling for CDM. This guy is a right back. And to me, Dexter all day over him, says New Media. That's what we need. I Revive says, I do agree. Baker is good at set pieces, or he's a set piece specialist. Marlon Nelson says, Lewis and Casey, two different players. Cataract, why would it matter if grandma is dead? Don't jump in as yet, Cataract, please. Let us forget about Baker, Walker Peters, and Isaac Hayden. These players will not come and play for us, says Hines. Mason Greenwood, we went over that already. Lloyd Stewart says, I can only talk at Lewis Baker and Casey Palmer when they are at Chelsea, and Baker was miles ahead of Palmer when he was at Chelsea. It wasn't even close. Matthew Bell just drafted to the MLS. Who's grandma important documents again. If Grimmy plan to play a defensive style, Sterling will suit that. But fluent style, him have pace, him strong, and still think can be an asset Louis Beak, wicked man. Casey Palmer is being played out of position for Jamaica. Dwight McNeil can play both left and right side. Good backup. Drop the link. Okay, may I drop the link there drinks to
Go back to Wooly Man show.
no man, no man. This is Chemo. Chemo is always Chemo put me on a few players as well. They man, around the team.
Check it.
Yeah. Palmer not Cataract. Me just want to read out them here and catch up and make you fly again. Palmer not playing in his position. JT has Casey played in his right position. Marlon is concerned about that again. Dwight McNeil. Eagle Republic said Casey Palmer will be fine as soon as he makes the adjustment to CONCACAF. How long you think that is Eagle Republic? How long should we wait on that transition? There. Ravel would be a maestro in the formation we played the last 2 games. Watch Casey Palmer play for Coventry. He looks like a completely different player. Let Damian Lowe do the dirty work and just give Ravel the ball. God is my champion. So we now bother get Mesa since his granny is here no more. Marlon Casey is not better than Ravel. New media say Ravel had good games, yeah, but sometimes him lost in the games too. Ravel Morris is brilliant offensively, and he's fantastic with the ball at his feet. Damn, he is good. Is Morgan Gibbs White a no-go? Cataract will touch on that. Watch the catty shop. Oh, the man, watch the girl, the Shavana have in the background. So, JT, you're saying none of the players want to play for us? Shavan, I need to apply for a job where you work. Oh my God, guys. I get thing him on them depend. Cataract, go ahead.
All right, first let me a moment. Let me Mr. Flex. You're gonna need a Ouija board and them something to forget to Quincy. Quincy has been dead for 2 years now. Unfortunately. I'm a clash with Squingy up in our wherever them there. So rest in peace, Quincy. Is a legend from Cataract, you know. So I'm the man. Big up DJ Desmond, you know, Fort Lauderdale. Don't know the thing, Rocky and the whole crew. You see me, I say Bird, Devon, the whole crew. Anyway, let me start. Mason Greenwood is I'm not gonna touch that. You know that it's a live wire, and I believe that is. I would like to see how that battle plays out. Because I think some things are gonna happen. You see, when the Euro 24 squad is named, that 60-man squad, someone, I think they don't really name 60-man squad. Someone have to go wake up and smell the Blue Mountain coffee. You understand? That the name now over there. That's one. When the actual 23-man squad is named for the Euros, that's going to be pretty much the same squad for the World Cup qualifiers, because Saudi is not going to chop and change. And so I believe that will give us an opportunity to snatch a player or two. And again, I'm saying to you, I don't believe we need a wholesale. None. We need a proven goal scorer up front, and we need a CDM and a right back. Good cover at left back because Amari Bell is out. You asked about Tyreek Mitchell. Tyreek's interest is 2. Don't know if he's looking at England and thinking Ben Chilwell is stinking up the joint and Luke Shaw of Man U is injured and therefore something in right for him. It ain't happening, bro. You understand? And if a man have a woman out the road and him not call her when him wife gone for it, when him wife come back a yard, and them go call you when she a cook clean and do the nookie? No. So I'm disappointed because at one time Tyreek did have about a 6 or 7 interest. I think it's widely known that there have been discussions, but that interest has cooled. I would say cooled. I don't know anything about Rika Henry. He's been out for a long time injured, so I don't know anything on the left the left back position. There is a youth who is in France, who is from Manchester City. The youth from Manchester City who is playing in the same league as Boza on loan. That might be the left back option.
Yeah, man.
The big fight for me, the big war is really Mason Greenwood, Max Aarons. That would be the big war for me that I would think that would happen between now and the June.
Yeah. Chemo, check the private chat. Chemo, check the private chat. Yeah. New media. All right, yes or no? I don't know if them put something in your medication. We leave from the Premier League to telling me, you're telling me that Ravel is not that good, and you say that Sterling is not that good, yet you say Alex Marshall. Alex Marshall. You have comfort with Alex Marshall.
Well,
New,
the coach has a good time to be looking at Alex. He's here in the JPL, isn't he?
that's a schizophrenic comment, and I'm not, for anybody who has schizophrenia. I'm not taking any shots, but this comment, my friend, is very schizophrenic. You jump from some top leagues to to Alex Marshall. Go ahead, Dre. Anyway, though.
Okay. Well,
Okay.
so what I want to say is, let's keep the conversation so that it flows and people don't think we're a bunch of mad people. We're talking about Premier League elite talent to join the Reggae Boys who are eligible and the war with Gareth Southgate. We're not talking about players who are in the JPL who the coach has his eye on. Marion Gordon sees them every day. Um, you have a ton of coaches now who are there. What's his name? Jerome Waite would see them when he's at Tivoli. So that's the assessment. The point is who on the eligibility and putting out the mitts for some players within reason. Morgan Gibbs White at the camp. Interest one. I don't understand why his interest is at one. People say we need a cam. I do believe we do, but the coach seems to be willing to play without one. Morgan Gibbs White, of course, is by a country mile better than Casey Palmer. By a country mile. The question is, if you're only going to tinker with the squad, would you bring in a cam? Or are they more urgent needs? Because Bobby Reed can play that second strike and play in the hole. Omari Hutchinson has played there before. So I don't know what you think. And now some people are joining with no camera.
Yeah, he has on his uniform at work, and you know, government job. So I understand. So I communicated with him because I wanted to keep the screen like that. So I'm gonna give Chemo a go. Chemo, go ahead, boss.
Yeah, I mean, Mayor, you guys, good day, everybody. Ketarak, Shavan, Dre, and JT. Yeah, man, so when I listen to the stream, man, Mayor, you guys call a few players, and myself have a few players when whenever you're in the car, I know not to call everybody at the same time. I remember that's how we have the stream. So you have guys like Light Kelly. We heard a few months ago. We have the guy by the name of Nathan Wood as well. You have a person that plays centre back for Birmingham, starting personnel. He's go by the name of Sanderson. You understand? I'm not sure how much you know about them because while we're a recruit at the same time, as they say, you don't have an age limit cutoff for recruitment because some of the time you're gonna need like for short term and long term. You understand? See, if you want a man to come give you the results now, you have certain selections in which you would make. You have Jaden Anthony from Leeds. You have Reese Oxford, you have the same Jed Spence. You have to still keep in mind you have Omar Richards as well, who's playing at Olympiacos. Just to name a few. You have the same Malik Madasil. Malik Madasil plays for Peterborough as well. Yeah, man. And as we go along and remember more of them, remind you guys and add it in the conversation.
That's a lot of players.
So as I understood it, as I said to you, this pro, it wasn't about just calling out a laundry list of players. It was looking at the players who are in the war with, going to be in the war with Gareth Southgate. Gareth Southgate not warring over Omar Richards. Omar Richards played 5 games at Olympiacos. You get what I'm saying? Jed Spence was run away from Leeds. Said his attitude stinks. They didn't even want him on the bench. They didn't even want him in the stadium. Right? So those players are totally off my radar. They're not on Gareth Southgate's radar. And we have moved away from certain players who are a problem in the dressing room. I don't think we're going to want to go back to a player who has been chased from a club. And I'm a Leeds United supporter. He was chased unceremoniously from the club. So that's not there. Nathan Wood, I don't know much about. Deion Sanderson I know him from a longer, taller time. I don't know if he's an upgrade over what we have. He is a Wolverhampton Wanderers player who moved to Birmingham City, so he's a Midlands lad. And some checking out and reaching out should start going, but he's not in the battle, so he's not in the conversation. The conversation today was about players that we believe would be ready for this window, coming in and we're in battle with Gareth Southgate for. Malik Madasil hasn't scored a goal since joining Peterborough, but they have kept starting him.
You go and check that. You go and check your stats, Cataract, about Malik Madasil not scoring a goal. Malik Madasil is even getting minutes over Johnson Clark Harris. I keep tabs on their statistics. That's the reason why I come on here.
Okay, my bro. It's no problem at all, my bro. No
And
problem.
Give the man
16 games, no goals, 3 assists. 16 games, 0 goals, 3 assists, 1 yellow card. Pull up your statistic. Pull up your statistic. Yeah,
all right. Cool. Let's go.
I tell us already. Let's go.
Yeah, and as before, while we go at that,
that's in the league. Google is it? Right.
So what do you think I'm going to work off?
You said you watched the championship and League One, but go ahead. Go ahead.
I can't remember all of them statistics.
All right, look everywhere you want to look. Look everywhere you want to look. Every single way you want to look. Go look this. Every single where you want to look. Go look right this.
Yeah, while Kimo is gathering his statistics, let me read some comments. Will Omari Hutchinson feature? And Jay, anyway, just let me know when you're available to speak again, when your mic free up. Will Omari Hutchinson feature in Copa America? Bro, as we said, the Omari Hutchinson was an 18 months project, and I don't know where we are as yet. Until the scouts behind the scenes who really handle the business said JT can press the button on it, but now go jump out the window again. Me give my opinion on Omar Hutchinson, but the people them who actually in contact with the player, as me say, unless Devon Porter and those guys here and Campbell them say JT, this is where we are. I just leave that one and let sleeping dogs lie.
Which player is that?
Omar Hutchinson. So I said just
end the season. Watch.
Yeah.
End the season.
JT.
Based on go ahead.
So out of all of the players them were named like Kima just come list out the name them. See that one player there, Lloyd Kelly. We did reach out to him a couple months ago, you know, so we made contact with him. But you see, if that player decide to get everything together and join up with the team, Jamaican fans base them. Enough of them now gonna like it now. Some of them because one of them favorite player now gonna see the feel again, you know.
Who would that be?
You know, man.
No, mean
Man
who?
from East, man.
A country me come from, you know.
No,
Man
man.
from East, him say.
Yeah.
All right, so him, another league trophy him scoring, I hear.
Yeah, anyway, that threw me for a loop right there.
But when you think about Morgan Gibbs, right, him score early and get an assist.
J Taylor. J
Oh,
Taylor.
yeah, skip over the
J
place.
Taylor.
Yeah, skip now, Kimo.
J Taylor.
Yeah, skip, brother.
I'm asking the referee to count this man knock the up out.
What?
Don't
Yeah,
come here.
Listen.
Yeah, skip
You
Kimo.
said that he scored in the league. Where did I get that from? Now you're going to the you're going to the EFL trophy. EFL trophy. Hold on now.
Yeah.
EFL trophy includes PL2 teams, right? And a mix of the PL2 teams on there.
And
So
what I said to you a while ago, yeah, listen what I say? I say him scored 3 goals football. To me. May I ask you, yeah, listen to me.
That's wrong. That's wrong. He not score any goal in a league. 16 games.
He's not scoring a goal in a league one. But him scoring
but that's what you measure.
The football league trophy. Oh, listen, the football league trophy. Which teams it consists of?
You the PL2 teams and the PL2 teams and the EFL teams. PL2 and EFL. Okay. This is gonna be boring.
Yeah.
But let's say I get it wrong, I move on. I'm not scoring a league. I hate that. You're not scoring a FA Cup.
Fair enough.
Right? Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
If we don't want to get out technical and stuff,
so me I say,
yeah.
What me I say, no, I just this me I try for ask. So the player name Morgan Gibbs, I think, scored today, he may get an assist. Is it a case where
not
maybe
coming to Jamaica?
He's not playing. He's
not coming to Jamaica?
No, he's
even if he not met the Euro. Even if he not met the Euros, right?
I don't believe he's coming.
Morgan Gibbs, right? Some of them play that we need to just put some X next to them names so people them can see who now going come. Ethan Leard, I think he's out on loan. He said he wants to focus on where he is playing at the moment. So Ethan Leard, scratch that off as well. Continue, Cataract.
Right. Again, those are not players who we're going to be fighting for. Look, Malik Muddasil, Mason Burstow, Dane Scarlett, John Kimani Gordon have all had a nightmare when they have gone. Keon Edwards from Arsenal as well. All had a nightmare when they've gone on now to play big man football in the lower leagues. At most, they score 1 goal. 16, 24 matches, 1 goal. Some of them don't score none. And I am putting to J Taylor, will there still be a fight for these players? Even though, well, Dane Scarlett scores whenever he puts on an England shirt, right? But I don't think in a battle for Tottenham trying to get the Champions League place, they're going to start putting a youngster in there. However, he is on the match day squads. But the problem is that none of these strikers who were eligible for Jamaica have really shone when they have stepped up to the big man football. And I'm asking myself, is that a problem? Right? Some of the assessments from the ultras are very unkind because when you get a Premier League player on loan, expectations are high, and they really have not fulfilled those expectations. Okay. Ellis Sims because I believe that we need a goal scorer to round off the mix. This is a player that Devonport, I have to give him all credit. He's gone who about. And I'm going to put it here and throw it out to you. You can do your scouting on two players that I'm going to mention, Jay Taylor. I am gone who about Cameron Archer. I believe that
He
outside
played in
of
the youth. He played in the youth team for England, right?
no Cameron,
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah, I think so.
I am gone who about Cameron Archer. I believe that not if I had a choice, and you can read out your scouting report on both, I would take Cameron over Ellis Sims. Ellis Sims is going to be an international warfare. Near to Africa come fight that one, brother. Because Poland, and I was praying that they did not qualify for the Euros. It's going to have a knee, dog. And then the man get a last gasp thing and went through. I think at the expense of Scotland, if I'm not mistaken. Or one of those Great British countries. Scotland or Wales are one of them.
Cameron Archer. Cameron Archer currently is he at Sheffield?
Yeah, but it's Sheffield on loan.
Yeah, Sheffield United on loan from Aston Villa, 21 years old as of April 2nd, 2024. Position striker, primarily a poucher. Strength, pace, finishing. Archer possesses good pace, which allows him to get behind defenders and create scoring opportunities. He is clinical, finishes with a knock for putting the ball in the back of the net. Movement, has intelligent movement off the ball, making him difficult to track for defenders. Strength, despite not being the tallest, Archer uses his strength well to hold off defenders and win aerial duels. Archer's areas for him to improve: link up play. While a good finisher, Archer can sometimes struggle to link up effectively with teammates, particularly when playing deeper. His first touch can be inconsistent at times, which can disrupt the flow of play. Experience, still a young player, he lacks the experience of some of the more established Premier League players. Overall, Cameron Archer is a promising young player, which with a lot of potential. He has all the tools to become a top scorer in the Prem, with his pace and finishing and movement being his biggest strength. If he can develop the link-up play and his first touch and gain more experience, he could be a really good striker. So the verdict on Cameron Archer is depending on your needs. Archer could be a great fit if you're looking for a young, pacey striker with a proven goal scoring record. He could be a valuable addition to the squad. However, you need more experienced strikers around him to consistently link up play with the player. So there you have it on Cameron Archer. Ah, man, we have to go let on more people without camera. Yo, Nick J, put on your camera, bro. I really don't want to load up the screen today with all the logos and stuff. Chemo is at work today. I'm going to give Chemo a blight. Today, I specifically said I wanted a camera show. I don't do it every day. Someday, I litter the screen with the logo them, but not today. All right? Anybody coming on today, people? If you're coming on today, today is a camera day. Chemo is at work, and we understand what's going on there. I'm going to give Chemo a blight. So, we don't want to load up this, and I'm not disrespecting anyone. I don't do this every day, but today I just don't want the whole heap of logo up on the screen today. There you have it, Cataract on Cameron Archer.
Cameron Archer for me, what I have on him: key passing, strong; finishing, strong; long shots, strong; dribbling, strong; passing, strong. Main weaknesses, very weak on defensive contribution,
Okay.
and aerial duels weak. So I don't know if he'll fit the pressing, but the finishing, my.
Yeah. Great finisher based on all our scouting reports. Owen says he even got player of the game. I don't know who he's talking about there. We don't need players who need 10 international caps to find farm, says Lorenzo. We need players who are trigger happy.
Boom, 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 boom.
But I thought it was said that Kelly is not interested, says Owen. Dre Kelly plays left side. Antonia just missed a sitter there. Whisper. Cataract, you said from he joined the team he hasn't scored. Shake my head.
Who?
I guess
Malik
that was
not scored in the league.
yeah, that was you and Kimo.
He scored against Arsenal under 21. Are we gonna count that too? Come on, son. You just know the thing, man. If you don't know the thing, just listen, big man. A big man reasoning, man. Next year I go come tell you some scrimmage game when I'm scoring now. That's why they don't count your goals that you score in the cup and those things. Because sometimes a man score against Aldershot, in the FA Cup. They stick to have you scored. How many goals have you scored in the 44 games in the Championship or the 38 goals in the games in the Premiership? That's why they measure that. Come on, son. Do better.
Devon Porter said, you know how I feel about talking about players in this space. I did myself. Okay. Cataract 2 haunted, man. Cataract, stop moving the goalpost, says Owen.
What goalposts are moved?
I
have or you measure by goals in a league. That's the measurement, international standard. Then people have across all competition. That's why they do leagues.
What about the kid from City? Don't know who that is. Issa Allen. I Revive says Ellis Sims. But this is two different comments. That was two different.
Okay, so I believe, and I have been schooled on to Ellis Sims by Devon, right? I check up regularly on Coventry. I believe that he is there for an extended contract. And therefore, I believe that he would be a prime recruit for me because you're really talking about the spine. Central defender Joel Latiba there, Carmen Casey Palmer, and the striker Ellis Sims. So wherever you have players who play together regularly and have some sort of chemistry outside of the Reggae Boys, I would give priority to that recruitment. Shoots well with both foot. I know you're looking up the thing. Shoots well with both foot, but for me, my only comment against would that he's a streaky striker. Like if he gets in a streak of scoring, he will score 4 or 5 goals, right? However, he does go into a couple barren patches, but he has been deadly in the FA Cup. He played 4 games, 1 substitute appearance, and scored 5 goals in 5. And he has scored 12 goals in 29 appearances, 24 starts. So 24 by 12 is a goal every other, approximately a goal ratio of a goal every other start. Or 1.5. So it has to be, you have to put some respect on his name.
More ask Jay anyway. Jay, what Dre anyway? When do we stop talking about players based on our World Cup qualifiers, the windows and stuff? Are we gonna do this right through, or like when do we say we shut the door for now and let's focus on the team we have, or we just constantly try to bolster the team?
Well, it depends on the caliber player, because to improve your team, you're gonna always be open for the improvement of the team, especially certain position of need and depth. We need a deep squad because we can see what happened with injury. We can't just rely upon the starting player because no player no build for us last for the entire season. Injury gonna come along. So, it's going to be always open, in my opinion, still. Because if you have Gray up on the left side, I'm a guaranteed starter. What if Gray injured or pick up a injury? Or Card, like what happened? So, people are pushing him, there not be a big draw. Come like my phone chip out a while ago. You hear me?
Yeah, but it's scratchy. Scratchy. I don't know the audio. Scratchy bad. It was good when you came on earlier.
Yeah,
I don't
so
know.
yeah, I'm going to go through a bad patch right now on the road. And thing that so for instance, if Gray get injured, you want the drop off not to be drastically. You want somebody who will bring the same competitiveness for the opponents as a Gray. Same thing on the right side.
Dre, see if you can jump off and forward back again. The audio
Chip
is
out.
not no, it's not chipping out. It's just this fluctuating sound when you speak. Because
All
your
right.
video looks stable, so I think it's something with maybe the audio. I don't know.
Earpiece probably. All right then.
All right,
Yeah,
yeah,
man.
man. Sort
Yeah.
it out and forward. Let me see if I find another good one for Cataract. Rico Lewis. What about Rico Lewis? I think Rico Lewis told the coach to check back in 2026.
Rico Lewis is an England international now.
Right.
The senior cap. But Rico Lewis is 18, my friend.
Mm.
And guessing an England senior cap.
Well, so the verdict is there. What about Jacob Ramsey? I'm sure I think those guys are
Currently
going to play
injured.
for you.
Currently injured. I don't hold out much hope. Jacob, interest in Jamaica, 1, 0.5. I think he's drinking mad puss piss, if you ask me. Because if you sit on your couch and you see, was it Kobe Maneo, that central midfielder from Manu, who had an outstanding 2 games in his first 2 internationals for England. And the English press, from the Mail, the Mirror, the Star, the Daily Telegraph, the Independent, the Sun, the Times, Sports, everybody and their mother. I say that Kobe Meneo, Declan Rice, and Jude Bellingham. That's the England midfield trio.
Yeah. I think the coach actually laughed when him talk about when he said check back 2026. Only
Yeah, but you can check him back. But again, I want to see how he cracks on, because he hasn't moved on to be the perennial starter for Manchester City, even though Kyle Walker has been injured. But he does play a part. He gets some game time. Looks like a decent baller. Has his Jamaican. I think we got carried away with the Jamaican flag on him boots. And I think we get carried away by the tattoo of the map of Jamaica on Morgan Gibbs' white arm.
Yo, Cataract, if the fans them see a fly pitch pan when I ball, them will look like one of them Jamaican fly. Them and them say, yeah, ready up.
If the man goes so, I'm back at mosquito. The man say, yo,
Yeah.
a Jamaican that bad a mosquito bite out the Jamaican blood. I go, come.
People, I just want to say this, people, we have to just accept the fact that a lot of these players, England is the first choice. I always say that. England is the first choice, and we have to just accept that we are basically asking players who are born in England, but of Jamaican heritage to represent a country that some of them haven't even visited. I'm not saying that's a problem for me. I'm just explaining to you some of the situation why it can be quite difficult for a lot of those players to pull the plug on make that decision. Big up yourself, Richie Post Sports. Does anybody know if Jonathan Rowe of Norwich is of Jamaican heritage? Don't know anything. Big Baller says splat time now. Does USA talking about this guy is going on about that still? Don't want to get into that. Sports prophecy. Sometimes having more than one apps open that you got to use the audio effects. The audio at times. You got to use audio effects. The audio at times. Okay. Yeah, my audio is good. I think so. Because I see
So,
any.
so you think going forward into the future, right, guys? The decision for some of these players will be more, maybe more considerate or considerable. N- You know, noticing that maybe the what you call it, the threshold, or should I say the amount of persons at the English FA disposal to be on the the pecking order, based on the pecking order. Because may I say maybe by next year, I'm gonna know the year after. I wonder if things will always be the same. What will be the changing point for us? Winning maybe we might say winning maybe they call it the CONCACAF Gold Cup, or the Nations League could be a turning point for us, or based on how we play. But that still can still not be the game changer, because as I say, England is their first choice.
I think it's a little bit more than saying England is the first choice. The country of their birth is their first choice, right? And if somebody came for Kahim Dixon and he was like, "Yeah, me I wait for Jamaica," we'd be like, "Yeah, right, good youth. I've got some with him visa." But when a player from England says, "I'm waiting in England," yo, crucify him, crucify him. Make we fly some kite for Easter Monday for him. It's the country of birth you're talking about, brother. So I agree with you that we have to just accept the decisions that are made, and we have to have our team. And I believe the coach has a core team, and he just trimming around the edges to see if something fits. I really believe that he saw players there who really caught his eye, who he really would like to have had, but those haven't panned out for various reasons. And I think I want to give him respect for trying, but I believe that there's going to be a battle to be fought in May for players to be recruited, because by the end of the season, Garrett would have integrated his squad, because there's no more friendly matches, no more anything before the Euros. The striker that played in the previous under 20, that is Jamari Clark. He has had a long-term injury. And my scouting report on Ellis Sims is his finishing is very strong, but he's weak holding up the ball, weak passing, and weak defensive contribution. So pretty much sort of the same weaknesses as sort of that defensive contribution weakness that Cameron Archer had. But I think Cameron is a deceptively good player. But I think Ellis Sims, again, he's very young in reality. Well, not very young. He's 23 years old, so he's still developing as a striker. And he has gone into double digits now in the championship. And any striker that goes into double digits deserves credit and deserves to be on the radar. That's my take.
Okay. Let me see what we got going on in the comments here.
Jamari Clark is at Ye Old Town. Ye Old Town nickname? Ye Old Town or Ye Old Town or something like that.
Yeovil Town.
Yeovil Town, yeah.
But I don't know if he's getting game time there. But I'll have to
I
check
think
on
score
it.
last week.
I think he scored recently.
Okay, let me
Score last week.
let me ask Sir Anthony Grant about it. So that's non-league. That's where Grant is.
What, him reach a non-league now?
Grant? Anthony?
No. Jamari Clark.
Yeah, that's
but
very because I'm injured.
yeah, but Reading is his official club, and Reading is in the League One.
League One.
So if you're gonna go on loan, then it's either League Two or non-league. You know. So I'm fine with that.
And Keno Taylor playing as well down there.
Yeah. So that's something else I wanted to look at. Peter Taylor Hart. I don't know what happened with this youngster, but I really hope he gets it back on track. He's there until the end of the season. But my question with Kido is that his Arsenal contract comes to an end on June 1. So will Arsenal re-sign him is a question. The good thing about Grant being there, but I don't think I have to check if they actually played. Is that I realize that there's a lot of young players who are on loan in the non-league, 5th and 6th tier of England football. Like that's somewhere where they send them out on short-term leads, like a month loan. They can catch, a 6 games or so.
It's a shame because massive amount of European people in the UK don't like black people playing for England. They just hide it. Says Marlon. Why we don't send for Splat? I don't think Splat is ready, man. What happened to striker that played in the That's no longer excuse.
So the thing about the JT, I'm gonna interrupt you. That's why I asked Mr. and I'm very upset about the under 23. Because that is where players like Splat, Jamari Clark, Brandon Cover, Dante Casanova, even Kira Anderson was with the national team. But these players, Kanaya Boys, Clark, all of these players would have gotten an opportunity to play together outside of the pressures of a national team.
These players need to understand that being born and having a British passport don't make you English. Me being born India of Jamaica heritage doesn't make me Indian. Okay, that was a little confusing for me there.
Jay Taylor, because you were born in Jamaica.
Yes, I don't have any more. I don't have any more passport.
Oh, with a Jamaican birth certificate, don't mean you're Jamaican. Please stop it now, Danish man.
Yeah. But the English thing is a little bit tricky.
Full comment that, bro.
No. I don't think it's a full comment. Because
anywhere you're born, that's your nationality.
No, so if you're born in anywhere in Scandinavia and one of your parents is not Scandinavian, you get the same residence card as your parents.
Yeah, but they have the same birth certificate and they can represent the Scandinavian country.
You cannot. You're not a citizen.
So you're saying you can't get a passport?
No, until you're eligible or you go through you're attached to your parents' status until you become 18 and you can become a citizen yourself. That's what they have here.
Okay, I live and learn.
Yeah, man. One of the parents has to be a citizen, and there's always a discussion between being British and being English. I've heard that before. You can
Well,
be. I
one is
don't
the
know.
George, one is the George Cross, and one is the Union Jack.
Yeah,
But they all say God save the Queen.
yeah, but it's the queen ready to save everybody. Go ahead, go ahead, sir. Risa Boss. What says you?
Reason, boss, not because you were born in Jamaica.
Greeting,
You need to understand that not because you're born in Jamaica means you are Jamaican.
greetings, Cataract. Greetings, JT. Greetings, fellow panelists.
Yeah, man.
Interesting discussion. I'm, 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 I'm particularly interested in Cataract's line of argument, JT, and of course the viewers and subscribers to Sports Prophecy, just to how easy or difficult a decision it is to make a committed decision to representing the Reggae Boys. So I'm open to hear people's interpretation and views. Personally, at the moment, the likes of people like Lembekisa, that brother has what I call the right stuff. Whatever went through his mind in terms of his abilities to represent England potentially or any other country, clearly in his mind, he made a concerted, dedicated decision
Yep.
to put all his eggs in the basket of Jamaica and to see how he plays. I think amongst the sporting community, the Reggae Boys footballing community, I think there's a sense from the early stages to now, it's as day follows night. That brother is committed. Is the caliber of talent is there. The performances are there. And I think it's an incredibly brave decision for him to make that decision, a bold decision and a wise decision as far as he's concerned. Now, young players in England, Cataract should know this. I'm sure he's aware. That's why I want to get King Cataract's view. To make a decision like saying I'm no longer going to make myself available for potentially representing England is not an easy choice. To make a decision to say I'm going to represent the Reggae Boys from here on in at a young age, I think that's incredibly difficult. The likes of, I don't want to call out this certain ballers' names, but when their agents, when their families, when managers, when people in the footballing community tell them, wait, hold on. You might be saying, and people might be saying, you have no chance of playing for England, but just wait, I say. Look at Kobe Mainu, Manchester United. Jordan Henderson and Calvin Phillips were almost shoo-ins for many years, shoo-ins. All of a sudden, no longer flavour of the month. Kobe Mainu, just rocking up for Man United in the first team. Suddenly, the world's his oyster. It's not an easy challenge and decision to make as far as I'm concerned to represent the Reggae Boys. Sweet jam down. I'd like to also add, I don't want to throw the fly in the ointment, but when you have those situations, such as the unfortunate situation involving a certain Aston Villa player and the whole curfew kerfuffle, that is not, in terms of professionalism, something that is a good look for joining the Reggae Boys, in my humble opinion. But Cataract, what say you, sir?
Curfew, kerfuffle. Mr. Speed said there's no curfew. And I regard management say there's no curfew. So this one day, but not. Because you break curfew when there's no curfew. You know what I mean? Anyway, it's like breaking the speed limit on the Autobahn when there's no speed limit. Get what I'm saying? Very hard decision. It's like saying a man at 18 years old, look here, the next girl you dogo, I'm gonna be the only girl you dogo for the rest of your natural born life. Someone can't even make up their mind what subject they're gonna do at university at age 18. Or the career they're gonna pursue. Right? So these are the problems that come with wanting to recruit very young players. It's a good strategy, but it comes with its own issues. This is not a man who is 29 who's like, okay, I'm in the last chance saloon. So it's incredibly difficult. The type of girl I'm like when I hate it, I don't like them no. I don't like the Mumpy. No. But they like Mumpy then, because Mumpy was in. So just equate it to your life. Some man used to like under when they might 18. If a man says if you buy that under, you can only drive under. Don't care how nice or how cheap the Porsche them come, you can't drive in it. You really think you would make a decision on a car make to buy that you were gonna have to drive for the rest of your life? Or a man say, yo, I'm gonna go hold on, I'm gonna buy the car, I'm gonna go and fund down the bus. You see me?
I know you Cataract. I love the analogies, but
a bus are gonna come.
You did jump off the bridge there because we got
I'm gonna jump off the bridge.
Yeah.
No, but I'm saying to you at age 18, you were asking an 18-year-old and putting pressure on an 80-year-old to make a lifetime decision for which there is no retreat, no surrender, no turnaround.
I like it. I like the preciseness and the directness there. Yeah.
No, you just I don't even have to look in the comment section to say a couple Jehovah's Witness start wave them watchtower in the thing. What we I can't tell you that. Go ahead.
So people, Cataract is saying it's like you walking and you getting into a car accident. You don't even have a car.
How is the guest house? No, look here. Can I direct you above
Cataract, we're not gonna have you derail the show now with the
I'm not derailing the show.
The shenanigans.
See, just look there. This is
my
Cataract.
children are born Jamaicans. They have their passport ready just in case they have missed. Guys, we cannot. The citizenship thing is from country to country. We can't use citizenship in just like in Scandinavia. In Scandinavia, it's you have to speak the language to become a Danish citizen. You have to pass a major language test, which they said they did a research where even Danish citizens have failed the language test. So you know that they really made it hard for you not to become a citizen. And it's not in a lot of countries like England and probably the US and those countries, is the amount of time you accumulate there, then it goes up to you being able to become a citizen. Also in Denmark, you have to have a full-time job for 4 years straight without it being discontinued or anything like that. So it's not the same everywhere, people. So as your take on the Lambikisa thing, Sir Richard, for me, Lambikisa is not just a good player. I think these are the players we need to champion as role models for Jamaica. Too many times it's just some artists and some bad man, and the youth is just he can show kids that, listen, you can still be disciplined and the hype is still there and you're not wielding a gun. You know, the kid is just amazing. Kira Anderson as well. I love having those two players in the team because I think those two young men are quality, not just on the field, but just it seems like they're from good homes. And that's just how we want players like that for our young kids in Jamaica to look up to or aspire to.
JT, you've just, I don't want to call it a hornet's nest or a bee's nest, but let me say this. It's very interesting that you've just mentioned that word. It's a word that when I've spoken with some friends and associates, it has brought up, I must say, a mixed bag of reactions. That word, or those two words, role model. Viewers and subscribers, role models. Do we want and should our prospective reggae boys be role models? We've seen the curfew kerfuffle, as Cataract alluded to. We've also got potential courted.
Cataract did not allude to a curfew kerfuffle. You did.
Point of order noted. The curfew kerfuffle, quote unquote, that issue. In fact, I was having a reasoned argument argument, debate, reasoning with a very experienced school teacher, maths teacher. Big up yourself, Mr. Clark. One love each and every time. This brother, I put to him this scenario. When it was all said and done, you know what the brother said to me? He said, you've answered the question yourself, you know. You've answered the question yourself. I put to him, you can have rules and regulations for everybody. But is it fair to say that sometimes you can make allowances? You can be discretionary depending on the individual and the context to which a situation arises. A Nation League semi-final against the United States of America, when some of your most experienced players and quality players are simply unavailable. Do you use your discretion, a little latitude, to allow certain individuals to be brought forth and given an opportunity to play, even though they have not adhered to the rules and regulations set allegedly, admittedly, for one and all? Role models. There are certain individual players, I don't want to name, former Man United players. I put it to you, JT, we would be wise to think once or twice as to whether these players are role models. How important is this to you, JT? You've just mentioned it yourself. Role models.
I don't worry about it, though.
And being discretionary. Very interesting. Is that the way forward for Jamaica?
Yeah, but I think when it comes on to and this comes back down to the diaspora again, I think this is you're gonna always have teams where it's a mixed bag, because players are coming, though they're Jamaicans, they're coming from different countries, different cultures within a culture. You know, you probably know more about the United Kingdom. You have a lot of youngsters in Peckham and those places. They might witness certain things, and you know, their life probably wasn't. They weren't able to, even though their parents wanted to keep them on a specific path, it didn't really turn out that way. But on the other hand, they are talented as players, and we tend to see over throughout history, some of the most talented players tend to be the players who comes with the baggage. A lot of times you look at a player like Balotelli, you know, those guys, he just can't stay out of problems. You look at a player like even Jadon Sancho, but quality player set to come to Manchester United, he flopped. But there was an interesting tape where they showed a highlight of Jadon Sancho when I think he wasn't playing well or something in a game when they were at City in the youth league, and they substituted him, and Phil Foden wanted to shake his hand and he didn't even do that. And people were saying the signs were there real early. But what do you do, Sir Richard? Do you say this player is not going to be a role model? Because I also think that football is a game of second chances. It's a game for people who maybe can't do it the book way or the traditional way, how the system grade success, and you probably just have talent and you just put them out there to play football. So it's very tricky one, but we have two youngsters right now that I think we should cherish. And I think those kids are the poster boys. I think those kids should be the real poster boys. I understand selling ticket is one thing, but Jamaica does come with a lot of baggage, especially when you talk about the United Kingdom. I was even hearing that a Jamaican was, I don't know if this is correct, a Jamaican was what the first person to gun down a man in the street in broad daylight in the United Kingdom. I don't know.
Look at one. Irishman blow up pub and kill her 10, 15 long time before. You understand?
Yeah. But you know that you doing a crime as a black man and an Irishman doing a crime. It's not the same.
No, when maybe Sir Richard can attest to it. When you go for rent a room, you know, in England in a certain parts, sign says no blacks, no Irish, no dogs.
No.
Don't run with me. Because I can tell you that I saw those signs when I reached England in 1988. No blacks, no Irish, no dogs.
Wow. Yeah. So
when I look student accommodation at university. But I want to say, this has drifted off, and reason, boss, I'm going to ask you to please reason. We're on a footballing discussing players.
No, but
Hold on, let me just challenge the reason, boss, man. Come and tell me
I'm gonna let you challenge the reason, boss. But I'm saying sometimes the show can drift off because we are humans. We're not running a Sky Sports operation here.
So now but you just pull me back.
No, because you had the floor for a long time. And I didn't want it
because I was talking about the girl.
Yes, so sometimes we didn't want it.
And now he's talking about role models. This is not Operation Trident.
Yeah.
You understand the reason, boss? So what I would like about is your assessment of players, footballing wise. That's where the discourse is. And I am very happy to hear about the reason, boss, who is an Arsenal supporter, give me his assessment of Reece Nelson and whether he should be a priority recruit for the World Cup qualifying and Copa America window.
Good question, Ketterer. No problem at all. I think role models is pertinent. JT raised it, and I followed it up in terms of recruitment and assessment of players. Skill is one thing, but of course, I think character is another. We've identified a man like Lembekisa having both skill and character. We've also identified the likes of Karoy Anderson. Reece Nelson, quality-wise, no doubt, that's an open and shut case. Of course, he would make a Reggae Boys 23 if he is fully committed. That's the key. Fully committed, down with the program, willing to work under the likes of a Jaime Halgrimson and fit into his system. That would be very, very welcomed if he believes that he's ready and prepared to be part of that type of project. There's no doubt about it. Reece Nelson, skills-wise, ability-wise, footballing IQ-wise, of course.
What are the skills that you have assessed that he brings to the table? And in an instant, who would he displace in that front six? Or is it that he comes relevant because of Leon Bailey's self-imposed hiatus?
Well, you've just raised an interesting point there. If and when a Leon Bailey is not available, Reece Nelson can definitely come into the equation in terms of fulfilling an attacking type role for the Reggae Boys. Of course, on the left-hand side, which I believe is where Reece has done most of his work. Who can forget that outstanding strike? I think it was against Bournemouth in the dying minutes of a game when he unleashed a fantastic shot. I'm not sure if it was Bournemouth, but it was a game winner. And his talent is absolutely there. The thing about the Reggae Boys is we are blessed or cursed. I'm saying blessed with an abundance of attacking options. We've got the likes of Damari Gray on the left-hand side, who has hit the ground running, and it would be extremely difficult to displace that brother. Our options on the right-hand side, not as heavy. We've got the Ronaldo Cefases, again on the left-hand side. Kahim Paris has gone a little bit quiet in terms of the spotlight for the Reggae Boys. So Reece Nelson would be in competition, I would say, with the likes of Damari Gray, Ronaldo Cephas, who I believe he would be probably ahead of, though Cephas is pace, absolutely quick as lightning. But you've got to have a little bit more than just pace. So his game has got to develop and be able to stand up a defender and go again. So Reece Nelson would definitely come into the equation as someone capable of operating on the left-hand side of the attack for the Reggae Boys.
The thing about Reece Nelson is I don't think we'll be going to war for him. Right? I don't think he's on England's radar anywhere. Somebody asked about Jaden.
It's interesting. Yeah, it's interesting, Cataract. Very quickly, that you mentioned that. Cataract, I mean, I don't know what your personal prescription would be or your ideal quote-unquote Reggae Boy addition would be. But you've just made mention of something Cataract, which is we don't know how willing we are, the federation are, to go to war, quote unquote, for Reece Nelson. For me, I place a lot of store and emphasis on the willingness and desire of the player within his own circles and ultimately within his own mind to say, I'm going to represent the Reggae Boys, having taken everything into consideration. Is that as important for you, Cataract? Or as I think, I'm not, maybe I'm mistaken, but I know you place a lot of emphasis on going out and actively seeking to recruit and woo players. Reece Nelson, I don't think he's fully committed to saying, in my heart and my head, I want to represent Jamaica no matter what. So when you got that, what's left? It's left for the recruiters, it's left for the promoters, other players, fans, friends, family, by any means necessary to try and coax, cajole, encourage, woo him with the prospect of representing the Reggae Boys. Reece Nelson's main goal, if it was the Reggae Boys, in my opinion, as a footballer, would be, have I got a chance to represent on the world stage and play on the world stage? I'm an Arsenal player, big time club. If I'm going to play in the World Cup, that's worth my while. I'm not sure how appetizing the likes of playing against Dominican Republic, Dominica, Guatemala, British Virgin Islands. I'm not sure if those kind of things appeal to him, frankly. And I don't feel that I'm greatly. Oh yes, go ahead.
But Sir Richard, he's not playing at all. He's not playing. He's just he's a bench captain. I think he should remember that as well.
Sometimes, absolutely, JT. It's a very interesting, which is again why we've got to understand. Well, I'm sure we all appreciate there are levels to this thing. In terms of Jamaica, we've got great opportunities and challenges. So we've got a player who is absolutely right, JT, benched, part of the squad. Sometimes he's not even in the full squad, but he's in the squad, unlikely to get full minutes playing time. But he is an Arsenal player. The fact that he's an Arsenal player, that carries a lot of kudos. The same with Smith Rowe. The fact that he's an Arsenal player, that carries, you've got to be doing something.
But Sir Richard, I know I think we got you right where we need to have this discussion. Sometimes I'm wondering if sometimes some of these players are riding off the name of the clubs and the fact that because they were there early, coming up through the ranks when it came on to development, and it's almost like by default some of them are there. I wouldn't say him because then they would have loaned him out if they didn't think he was quality. But do you think sometimes we are banking on players just being at Arsenal or Liverpool and a Man U, but they're a full-blown bench captain?
JT, I'd love to get, well, you've already started the ball rolling there. Absolutely a great point, JT. Cataract, you know, I had a conversation, viewers and subscribers, I had a conversation on my way to JA, and a brother, I said, are you interested in Reggae Boys? He said, I don't know. I don't follow them judiciously. I don't follow them. But me know say Reggae Boys, them debout. I said, all right, let me just test how much this brother knows. I said, well, what's your assessment of the Reggae Boys? He said, well, what? Them have ballers, you know, but the problem is the selection. There's a lot of Jamaican players. This is what he said, paraphrasing. There are a lot of Jamaican players who don't get a look in and get a chance because the selection process for the Reggae Boys is based on names and reputations, JT. I said, wow. I said, really? I said, that's interesting. So you're telling me what, big man? You're telling me there's some Jamaican JPL players. He said, JPL? What do you mean, Premier League? He said, JPL, Jamaican Premier League, JPL. At this junction, I realized that this brother is not as fully immersed in football as he may have attempted to suggest. But anyway, continued. I said, all right, who are these big ballers? Who's the most skillful ballers that are not being included in the Jamaican team? Well, I said, right now, the biggest one, Leon Bailey is the biggest man, skills-wise. Him good, him ready. Him a big baller, Leon Bailey. I said, all right. Leon Bailey, they say, okay, Leon Bailey, Aston Villa. I say, all right. Well, all right, he's in the team. You know, he's in the team. He's in the Reggae Boys lineup. He's one of the big stars. Give me some of the names of these players who are skillful, but due to the selection process, which give the benefit to the established name ballers. Oh no, JT, I could still be waiting. Him never give me one Ratterbeard name. No, but his point was interesting. So I put it to you guys. He said there were ballers out there, Jamaican ballers in Jamaica, who are not being selected because they don't even get. He said, look, put all of the players them in a big field, and make them have this. See who's the best players. Just pick the best players. Let me see. Me say, what you say? Go ahead.
Also, common point about us. Jay Taylor, Speaker of the House. Did I just spend 10 minutes listening to a story about a man talking to a man who does not watch football? Right? That's like asking, saying, I'm going to talk about Duppy, whether ghosts are real. And then you're gone in a what thing name this, Jubilee Hospital to talk to the baby them were just born. Both man were dead. And pension. What am I telling about pension? I want the Duppy change. Go have a buckle. Bro.
No, but I don't think Sir Richard had no way of knowing that this man had no clue what he was talking about.
He said it. He said, I spoke to a man.
I think that guy is vying for the name Headless Chicken. I think we need to remove that mantra from Javian Brown. I think Sir Richard spoke to Headless Chicken.
No, I think Sir Richard is the Headless Chicken. He doesn't go around a tackle man when I give.
Sir Richard, from hear him say Leon Bailey, you should have cut him right there. Cut him from his squad.
So Richard, you have that you started, but you didn't give any precision about the actual skill sets that you believe Reece Nelson brings. You spoke widely about his skill set. But I think now with Leon Bailey, we might be forced into a winger recruitment. I don't know. But here's the issue that I have. Because I don't believe that more than 3 players will be added to the squad for the upcoming windows. Right? I don't believe the coach is going to go wide scale and recruit. He's going to stay true to the players who have brought him glory so far. And Mason Greenwood, I think, would be the number one priority. Sell your house, sell your Benz, walk the street, walk with the saving pad like they are digital rising star and beg people money in a halfway tree and get Mason Greenwood. Because I believe that of all the players, the recruitment of Mason Greenwood would seismically shift the fortunes of the JFF, the Reggae Boys, etc., both at home and abroad. Mr. Speed, Simon Preston, no amount of little fancy graphics. Siobhan telling us June 6th, that 70 days to go and 69 days to go. Badman is 69, so we'll wait for the 68 days. None of that is going to fill the stadium as if you complete the passport process for Mason Greenwood. I believe single-handedly the stadium will be packed. I don't think full to the rafters, but it would be packed. That's my belief. So the focus should be there. Right back, I believe, as I said, Max Irons for me. And I'm sorry we're on here and I missed the games, but I would love to watch them. And I think at CDM is where we have the problem. So Max and Mason Greenwood would be my 2 number 1 recruits if I were the coach.
Cataract, let me just double check with you. I hear you, and respect to your opinions for those particular players. I think the midfield area, I agree with you. The midfield area is a challenge, the CDM particularly. But I think we need to really cry out. It's a real shortage, a real issue. Where's Jonathan Russell?
He's at Barnsley. Really a bit part player at Barnsley.
He's Barnsley at Barnsley.
Hardly does I don't think he does 45 minutes. Hardly. But he's ours. He's a Jamaican. He has a passport. So if you're asking me, that's who I would entrust with the role.
I would
in the squad.
Do you have any issues, JT? What I find interesting about Mr. Greenwood, one, I can't personally fully testify to it. I think the jury would still be out to a degree. But there are many people who think Mason Greenwood is quality-wise, talent-wise, good enough to consider an England future. As Dave follows night, ability-wise, he'd walk into a Jamaican team, of course. Do you have any issues with the baggage that JT alluded to?
Lord have mercy.
It's good, man.
Lord have mercy. Every time a thing come up, you think,
bro, but I can answer a question. Just cool, man. I can answer a question, man. I know how to handle this. Leave it to the Privy Council, boss. Let me take care of this one. I think him going back at Manchester United is going to basically lead the way into future decisions on how the player will be treated. For me, the player should actually stay away from Manchester United. It's like coming out of a toxic relationship and you want to move on. You want a fresh start. I think he should be playing at Juventus or one of those clubs. Because for me, Mason Greenwood is in the top 15 players in the world. For me, I just think he's that good. I just don't see. I don't turn on my TV and just see so many players better than him. When the player's on the ball, he does everything. That's a player that I'm willing to say, Mason Greenwood on my team, you can play and you don't even have to run back. Just score the goals when you get the ball. He's that good. Obviously, there will be pushback. But I think his talent balances things out. I think his talent is just overwhelming, and it will eventually rides out. I don't see, but I think the Manchester United decision on the player is where it's at. I think that's where, because if he goes back to Manchester United, I don't think Jamaica can touch him that quickly, because that's where the time is gonna get extended. Because no, they might start whispering at me and say, you see it, Manchester, them forgive you, boss. You come back in the squad, man, just hang out with the mates and the lads and lay low, the man start telling him some little thing in the English accent. So I actually don't want him to go. I think if he doesn't go back to Manchester United, Jamaica getting him is a high chance. If he goes back to Manchester United, as my brethren would say, problem did it. If we go back to Manchester United, I think we are going to be, as Ketarak say, in a war with England, even if it's a silent one, to get him.
So the thing is that I believe that an all-out pursuit of Mason to come in before the World Cup qualifiers and for Copa Libertadores would, just think of the stadiums that we're going to play in the United States. Mans will fly to come and see Mason Greenwood. Man U fans will come and fly to see Mason Greenwood and put on the shirt or wear even a Man U shirt. There'll probably be as many Man U fans in the stadium as Jamaican fans. If you remember when we were in St. Louis, there were more than a handful of West Ham fans just there to see Mikel Antonio. Which is why I think that Leon Bailey's statement was very unfortunate. Very unfortunate. because I think I still have those pictures. They were the part of the firm that traveled from England, and then there were Hammers fans from all up and down the East Coast made a trip like they were coming to watch Jamaica, and like, oh, we are gonna watch Walter Boyd. That's how they did. So I didn't see any Villa fans. I saw a few Everton fans who were there to see the Marai Gray, right? But really, Mikel Antonio had his traveling crowd in the United States. I believe Mason Greenwood would do the same for the Reggae Boys. That and that's why I said I've selectively chosen the two who I don't think there'd be war over. I don't think anybody's packing the stadium to see Kawanacho or Ellis Sims or Malik Mothersill or none of that. You know what I mean? But I do believe that man will seriously pack he's the most name branded player that you have, and he plays for a name branded club. Right? I don't think there can be any doubting that, and those are the players that we should be in war over. No, I did say to you I had a little breaking news. Should the JFF consider lifting the unspoken ban on the grants? There is a striker on loan at Cardiff City from West Bromwich Albion, former Huddersfield striker, Huddersfield Terrier striker, Carlon Grant, who I believe is an established championship striker, could be an option for recruitment and in fighting with the likes of Brandon Thomas Asante and Ellis Sims as our Jamal Lowe as our championship striker. I believe that at least one place will go to a championship striker based on how the setup is. Bailey Kadamati, right? He leads the line for Cardiff City, just as Bailey leads the line for Sheffield Wednesday and Jamal leads the line for Swansea. And I hope that I am putting that on the table, that it can be kicked off.
And
They will never see this thing in a cataract. Go ahead, JT. Go ahead.
I'm gonna let you fly again, though. One thing that Cataract said that I really agree with is, I think Mason Greenwood is the only player who can enter the fray, the fold, the Jamaican fold, and fill that stadium. I think he single-handedly fills up that stadium. I just think his pulling power is massive. With all that noise, the player, and it's not about him just being Mason Greenwood, it's just the player is outstanding. And I think Jamaicans, that's another thing. I think why a lot of local fans are no longer invested in the game in Jamaica is that there's not a lot of local stars anymore. We used to have those guys, the Walter Boyd, those guys, we used to have them. We don't have those players anymore. So we don't have those players who just lights up the league. I remember watching the Red Stripe Premier League on TV, on it garden, and Walter Boyd with him baggy jersey, a bit baggy on him. The man I run some Sunday evening. I can't miss that. I rice and peas that drop out of my mouth, that I drop a ground, me a Walter play. That was, for me, I think those days, the Premier League in Jamaica was more exciting for me than just watching EPL. I just seen Walter Boyd and them play there. Is that we don't have those stars anymore. What we see is these flash in the pan players who give you a good season, a Bygraves, a Trevante Stewart, and they just fade. They fade. It's like overnight. It's like one hit wonders. You know, we probably is. I think the football in Jamaica now is a lot like the music industry. A man get a big song, them say man the biggest thing. I still be any man and bounty them, sure. That's just how it is. I don't see the player anymore. I can't press a button on a player in Jamaica that I can say can pull anybody. That's why I'm excited for a young player like Kahim Dixon. Go ahead, Sir Richard. I think you're muted, you know. You're muted.
Yes, sir. My internet was coming and going. Can you hear me?
Yeah, man, perfect.
Respect.
Richard, you really there, England?
Thank you, sir.
You really there, England, Sir Richard? Big man thing.
Not as we speak. Not as we speak. I'm touchdown. I'm in Jamaica. I'm giving thanks and praise. Now, watch out.
Oh, bless
Can I finish, Ketera?
Yeah, man.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. I would find it very interesting. I'm sure viewers and subscribers would also find it interesting to sports prophecy. How the big quote unquote names, such as, well, we know the big names for Jamaica, how they would get on. It seems from the vibes I'm getting that if Greenwood forwarded to the Reggae Boys, he would not only be the flavor of the month, he would be the big thing. I don't know in terms of Band of Brothers how that would go down with the Reggae Boys as a unit. One. Secondly, we've already pointed to the fact that Mason Greenwood, if he, as muted, goes back to Manchester United, things could be challenging. This brother, if he's as good, JT, you've just said, in your opinion, he's one of the 15 best players in the world, in your opinion. Do you know just how high a praise that is? If at Manchester United,
I wanted to go top 10, but I was
my lord,
on the safer side.
What? Well, listen, you're out of the zone of safety. 15, top 15, top 20 players in the world. That is high praise. That is into the world-class elite kind of conversation. If you go by that kind of criteria, it's certainly debatable. So, hey, enough respect. Now, don't you think, as George Galloway might say, don't you think that Gareth Southgate or any future England manager would be absolutely hell-bent on ensuring that that brother, if available, if and when available, if and when he's the flavor of the month, would make sure he's available, just like a Jude Bellingham, a Phil Foden, to represent England. England, unlike people such as Coach's Desk, big up yourself, Coach, been there each and every time. England, good as a football. England national team, good. A bag of classy players on that field. Hungry, young, talented, focused, disciplined. Bellingham, Foden, Stones, Rice, Mason Greenwood could come into that equation. And as day follows night, if we think Mikel Antonio's have challenges in getting releases to perform for the Reggae Boys, God only knows exponentially. Can you imagine the challenge upon challenge the Reggae Boys would face trying to get a Mason Greenwood, if selected, to represent Jamaica against the likes of a Dominican Republic, Dominica, Guyana, and such like? Hey, real challenges. It's going to be an interesting coming few months. JT, you see where I'm coming from?
I just think that England, their hands are tied though when it comes on to sponsors and media. The media would be in a frenzy. They would feast on this. Winston Churchill would have,
which is why I said the flavor of the month. This is why I said the flavor of the month. I'm aware that in terms of being a brand and so on and so forth, it's a real challenge. There is a toxicity absolutely there. But what do you think would have changed, JT? I'm trying to encourage you pressing you on this. If Man United deem it suitable, reasonable to take back a Mason, what does that say? And going forward, who's to say that England would not again come knocking
I think Man U would be the
baggage,
test case.
alleviated, the high waters, lower?
I think Man U would be the test case, to be honest. I think if he goes back to Man U, we would see how exactly it's gonna go. that's the buffer before it goes anywhere else. Because the Man U, I think Mason Greenwood would split the Man U fans down the middle. Because half of them, and when I look at the Man U fans, I realize that the fans around the world, they don't care about anything. They just want Mason back. The Man U fans in England, that's a whole different can of worms. I don't know how they navigate that part. I'll hand that over to Cataract. Maybe he could navigate that.
Again, I've said what I said. I think he's the number one prospect for Jamaica. Should be pursued aggressively and continuously until that passport comes through. I know there was a misstep. I think the players' desire to play for Jamaica, I would think, is about a 6.5 above average. I think we just have to make it happen. He's the kind of player that I would put on a private jet and come to Jamaica and get the documents done, because you would earn that money back in You hear Mr. Speeder come talk about the need for the 300 million, which is brand new 300 million and stuff for Raymond Anderson. Brand new from no source that you quoted. But if you want money from ticket sales, I believe that Mason Greenwood in a Reggae Boys come June 6th would crash the internet.
Yeah, that would be, and it wouldn't be just Jamaican fans watching that.
No. I mean, the sales from the Adidas site. But first of all, outside the stadium, done enough. Oh, said the Mason Greenwood t-shirt. Oh, said the Mason Greenwood. None have the one well sweat up. This is the one the ball is sweated. Oh, said the Mason Greenwood t-shirt. I'm forward here, son. One get one Leon Bailey free. Buy one Mason, get one Leon Bailey free.
Buy one Mason, get a Bailey free.
Don't know how to go.
No, that is you know, Jamaican people are that petty. They would do something like that.
No, they're saying you're gonna hate us. So
that would
the shirt not have no value. The shirt not have no value. But I just saying that I believe I am putting my reputation, everything on the line. That I believe we will be looking. We would sell about 1 million shirts day one. Now you calculate 1 million to how much US them get for a shirt? 10 US or $20, what they get from it? That is more than
JT, is that hyperbole? Is that hyperbole Cataracts is engaged in?
No, I'm not.
I believe that as well. I think he's that massive. He's that good.
Mason.
1 million shirts. Go ahead.
Mason, Reggae Boys, Reggae, Cartel, the World Boss Free. I mean, I just think the place would go nuts. To me, it is a trifecta of what is coming. The place would go nuts. The world would go nuts. Every television station would be ESPN, ITV, Channel 4, Sky Sports, BBC. Everyone would be here with their cameras. Fox.
Yeah.
All the Spanish networks, because he plays in Spain. Everybody will be there in that stadium. You'd have to sell media pass.
And I want people in the comment section. The number is on the screen. Call in. I I think the reason boss really stir up something a while ago, people. Call him, the number is on the screen, +45. This is where we open up the show. Reason boss has come in and reopen the show again. Because I would want to know what the fans think. The number is there on the screen. All right, we have a first call here. Go ahead, caller. Macy Greenwood, jersey sell off. Buy one, get two barely free. What you say?
No.
Yo, yeah.
Buy one, get a
No
baby
JT
free.
and Cataract and Reezy Boss. Big up.
Yeah.
Yo, from me Africa.
Bless up, caller. Come in.
Conversation. May I tell you, JT, if Greenwood come to Jamaica right now, I will boss man. Me charter boss man. Right now, if JT, me not understand. Some people understand if Greenwood come to Jamaica. Them just think it's just a normal. Yeah, just a go come in. JT, the man got at the club where him get got off right now. Are the most sale them ever seen in them history, no?
Yeah.
The man look like him friends you up the community till everybody when I watch football. I come down to the newborn baby where just born yesterday. The mother have to come out and try watch Greenwood. That's how the man shake up the club till.
Yeah.
No, it's not a normal pre. It's not a normal pre. And I believe that should be the focus. Blinkers. Don't look left, don't look right. Pardon me?
It don't look like we lost Martin Baker.
Yeah, that is what's going to happen when Mason Greenwood people are going to call in, kick you out.
Yeah, hear me?
We are here again.
The Wi-Fi gone.
And
Yeah, man.
Cataract as well.
Man,
You
a
can
true
speak to
cataract
Cataract.
attack, man, and Reezy Boss, man. A true cataract attack, man. If that young man they come to Jamaica, man, he shake up the football. And I tell you, it would have been a train reaction. You see all of them baller, they will always worry about the young baller them and some other baller. I tell you, it would have make it more easier and the people they're more committed to it if that them somebody can cause players to committed to a country when other players show up. As we barely claims that he make them are regret come because him come. Them something really happen. Them think they will happen. And see make our players have relationship. Look on Bernard when him come third, Green will comment and I need him post. You see me, cause them go up and they see a man you academy, so them have the connect and them have the friendship right there. So, but I Tony attack and me have to call in and say, I read that man. If that man they come, me pre-Jamaica football and me get JFA for much ratings if that man they come. Me not tell no yeah. Me just be biased. And I don't overpraise player, but them quality only people who don't understand how we attack, people don't really know committed about football for true, JT. You see me? People who don't really watch football, if who would I say why you're overhyped, why you're so excited if I want a local band player, this and that. Them not understand the levels are the type of player where Macy Greenwood.
Yeah,
Greenwood is.
I think he have Messi type pulling power. Like
yeah, man.
Yeah, that's just the Macy Greenwood discussion, Reezy Boss. I'm willing to sound crazy. I believe.
I think immediately you go on a world tour.
Me willing to because as a cataract say no, JT, the Man U fans and people fly out if you see
a little Chinaman from Manchester United Chinese society.
People fly down, I know Jamaican alone and go full the stadium. People are US. People overseas where are Man U fans. Remember, Man U have one of the most fans across the world, you know. Them people are going to say, me to that Jamaica, and I just got the cars. May I tell you, it would be
a good thing. Them up the new airport there, the new Fleming airport, because that the one that them have to go.
Brother, the Asian man where carry the boat there.
The flight go somewhere else. But that me too saying, you see me? So big up the man, big up the man.
All right, blessings. So people, I'm gonna let you fly cataract. People, the number is there on the screen. Give me a take on Macy Greenwood. What the effect would be if he puts on a Jamaica shirt. +45 914 7767. Go ahead, Cataract, and then Reezy Boss.
You know, this is the interactive part of the program. Look here, let me explain something to you. Mm-hmm. I would like God to come. I think the only player who would worse if him score upon all him debut. That's the judge. What happened this Sunday? We would get back to 1998 immediately. Look here, the people ever forget for jump fence. Who don't know if sit on stadium wall. And no one ever know how water walk with a pumpkin belly. You understand? You see them little 100 police that want to have Jeff and the army would have to come up. May I tell you that? They take out chemo, like like come on camera, but they want to watch game with the expensive camera. I went out of this. What?
The next call, Cataract. Go ahead, Tennessee.
Yo, that'd be one of the biggest players ever put on a Jamaican shirt.
I don't want to hear from Soji. Soji, you lame up a thing. A long time you have to bring the ball come. You have to bring the ball come.
Brother, Tennessee at
I don't Tennessee. Oh, I thought it was Soji. Sorry, my apologies. My apologies.
If you get a meeting with GT, I tell you, brother. It's coming like that. Boy, I'm not telling that. Well, who say when I did it, you know the news, they say, you know?
Yeah.
I see spot call of a mission with me every night. And in turn up, kind of more turn up than you know.
Yeah.
I live in the turn up.
I tell you, JT. That'll be a big thing, man.
Yeah, man.
So, I say, I feel like
Okay.
that go back to the stadium.
Tennessee, if Mason Greenwood naming a 60-man squad. If Mason Green naming a 60-man squad, all if you don't come. Man, just I got dead so. For all one a piece of paper we have the 60-man squad, they can print it like a program and sell it.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I know, I tell you. I pay Mason Greenwood shirt to the night stadium, I tell you.
Yeah.
Everybody have it on them back.
Yeah, man.
Except Cataract, I'm gonna let go my psycho bunny. Go ahead. But
I mean, Greenwood are the only person I see can single-handedly just rejuvenate football, brother.
rejuvenate. That's a good word.
As the Cataract said, buy a Mason Greenwood shirt and get a Leon Bailey one free. Big up on yourself.
All right, my boss. Reason, boss, your time, you know, because you kick off the part of the show, you know, brother. Your time, reason, boss. You kick off this part of the show. That was what the show needed. The encore.
It's an interesting one. I mean, I'm sure you're following what going in the comment section. I am smiling because it's interesting. It's almost as if Cataract, JT, established footballing fans, knowledgeable in the game, you're almost raising this brother to almost salvation-like status. Does that mean that Mason Greenwood is the bona fide star of a Reggae Boys team? He's not even in the Reggae Boys colours. The likes of a Leon Bailey, who apparently people turn up to see Leon Bailey. Apparently people turned up to see Leon Bailey. Can we imagine? I'm sure, I don't know if you've ever imagined it and thought about the repercussions, possibly, I don't know. But there's a baller who is superseding, potentially, certain players already in the team. Name any one of them. This brother that you're waxing lyrical, salivating over, he is taking on some salvation-like reputations.
So
Very interesting.
So reason, boss, I want to take it out of the cloud and better listen. If you think Bailey have some bootleg,
TV playing I'm back in a copyright.
I the news. No man, I news.
7 o'clock
We
news.
ask them to turn it down a little bit. At 5 o'clock news, so we have to know what's going. But I just want to say quickly. Look here, Leon Bailey on the field would create a problem. Leon Bailey from the right, Damari Gray from the left. Who do you double team? Mikel Antonio in the center. Who do you double team? What are you talking about? Bobby Reed sitting in the hole. Who do you double team, my dad? Dexter Lembakisi coming up the right and could cut inside and do what he did with his left. People have to be thinking. People have to be just, you know what I mean, going easy. It's not a no-brainer anymore. You legitimately would have to triple team the player, right? Freeing up a lot of other players to come into their own. That also, footballing wise, would take the pressure off of the midfielders, the CDMs, because Mason does run with the ball and you know, he has good,
and he comes back deep for the ball as
right,
well.
right. That's correct. So I think footballing wise, it will suit Jamaica as well. From a financial and stuff, because we still were discussing football now, so I wanted to raise that. But I'm just saying, from a financial standpoint, as Teach Them would say, you know, back then they look back and say, so JFF, how was it in 2024 from a financial standpoint? when basically, you know, the question would Teach Them always I reach them. That's what would happen to JFF. Your bills would be paid. My bills would be covered as soon as I get home. From work. And you have some real bootlick and real brief washer. Ben, I tell you. That would be God answers prayers kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I want to caution something. Mason Greenwood is not a prolific goal scorer. Mason Greenwood is not a prolific goal scorer.
Really?
No, he isn't.
Cataract speak. Cataract speak. I told you this. There's almost salvation like conversation. Cataract, bring in the discussion like that. Come in.
I don't agree with that.
Oh,
what? That sounds crazy. Are you the first person? I think Mason Greenwood is an excellent finisher.
No, I said he's not a prolific goal scorer.
I think
prolific goal scorers, as we said, score 20 goals per season.
Oh, come on, Cataract. How old is Mason?
What he does?
Who's the youngest, most prolific goal scorer in the game?
Would be Haaland.
Okay, and you hear what they're saying about Haaland now? In the EPL, they say he can't control. He needs to learn to play football again. You should listen to Sky.
So let me help you on this, right? Let me help you on this. For Man U, Mason Greenwood has played 29 games, right? And scored 35 goals.
At what age? And he's not an out and out start. He wasn't playing an out and out number 9.
Oh no! All of a sudden, the excuses are flying in.
No, that's a fact.
The excuses are flying in. That's a game every 3.5 games. A goal every 3.5 games. Remember what we said. An elite goal scorer scores a goal every other game. A good striker scores a goal. Hold on, brother. I tell you what the fact is, a 20 goal a season. Mason has never been a prolific goal scorer, right? He scored 22 goals in 83 Premier League games. Right, when you look at by competition, even this season, he's only scored 6 goals in the Spanish La Liga from 25 games. That's a goal every 5 games. He does have 5 assists as well, which means that he gets involved in setting up teammates. But outside of that, there's the other intangibles that he brings: running off the ball, pulling away defenders, creating spaces for teammates, etc. That doesn't show up in the statistics. So I want to caution Jamaica that we would not be getting an Ivan Toney who will be like knocking the ball in the back of the net every other game.
Oh God, knocking a penalty in the back of the net every other game.
Don't you dare use the word. He earned his penalty and got up and scored.
For me, Ivan Toney is not a prolific striker. To me, I don't care what he's.
Oh my God, what are you talking about?
I don't care what. Michael, I don't know what Ivan Toney. And you see how quick Arsenal ditched that hand cart. You see how quick Arsenal find out, say, you know, really, this is an inflated stock that we think it's gonna tank at some point. I think the Arsenal fans and the owners wise up very quickly and realize that penalties don't win the EPL. You need actual strikers who score goals.
But guess what, not bad man. Guess what, bad man. Penalty win tournaments.
Other than penalties, my friend.
Wouldn't have a penalty merchant when we were there in Chicago when United States.
Ivan Toney is an inflated stock, and he's a stock that dropped at the perfect time. He's in a market where strikers are in demand. And when you look around, he's one of the few that's left. So I don't know where did what is Ivan Toney lighting up? Ivan Toney not even light up a school bus.
I think I'm gonna help you.
He's a prolific penalty taker.
Jesus, please.
A clinical, outstanding penalty taker.
Yeah, I can't say that in front of goal when it's not a penalty. However, I saw him in that England game as well. He missed a lot of he missed a few chances in that game as well. I don't know if you saw that game against Belgium. Didn't look too clinical to me or prolific. He did score a penalty.
I'm an Arsenal fan. I wouldn't want Ivan Toney coming to Arsenal. I'm an Arsenal fan. Each to their own. He's a good player. He's a very good player. He'd walk into the Jamaican team. He would if he was available. But as an Arsenal fan, I wouldn't be looking to break the bank to bring in an Ivan Toney. People might beg to differ. I just to me see it.
Yeah, we're not going to war for Ivan Toney, as Getter would say, Sir Richard. Ivan Toney, to me, he's like a person who you'd call an opportunist.
It's called a goal poacher.
He's an opportunist type
it's called a goal poacher.
Ivan Toney is not a prolific striker to me, man. I don't care what statistic you show me. Marlon is saying he's better than everybody in the Arsenal. For all the Arsenal forwards, Arsenal doesn't have a forward. Arsenal have wing forwards. They have makeshift forwards. That's the difference.
So,
who's the out and out number 9 on Arsenal? I look at Nketiah and those guys.
Here's the facts. Up to last year, right, when he was suspended, it's 1/3 of his goals that were penalties. That means that if he scored 20 goals for the season, which he sort of did, right, or 21, then he would have had 14 goals from open play, which is more than 3/4 of the strikers in the Premier League. So when you minus the penalties, right, mathematically, not using our emotions here, he would still be in the 86th percentile of strikers, meaning he's better than 86% of the strikers in the Premier League.
Ivan Toney is a very, very good Premier League player at the height of his powers. But there's levels. Playing for Arsenal is one thing. Playing for Brentford is another thing entirely. He's a quality player. All-round game. He can head the ball. Can use him. Feed him. He can lay up, set up players, produce the pass, the unexpected. He's talented. He's very talented. Brings a lot. He's like one of them Swiss Army knives. He's got several usages. But each to their own. Arsenal is another level. I don't think Ivan Toney is at that level to get the job done and say, yeah, man, that's for Arsenal. That Jamaica, England. Hey, Ketterer, do you think he's going to go to England, by the way? Do you think, is he going to be in the 23-man party for the European Championship? Quick and fast.
We'll take a call here. And as I said, Sir Richard, Ivan Toney is not a Ferrari. He's a Mazda.
You're bright, no brown dog.
Go ahead, Carla.
Yeah, on the topic of Ivan Toney, JT.
Yeah,
he's a very good striker, man. He's just not as entertaining as Mason. But I watched the game he played between Brentford and Man U. JT, just watch his off the ball movements. He's very good, man. Very, very good. And look at
is he prolific?
Yeah, I would say that. Look at it this way, right?
And what do you use to judge? Is it I want here, so we're gonna have a discussion here. What do you use to judge? Is it his statistic, the amount of goals scored, or
yes?
And you subtract the penalties, them? You subtract the penalty the amount of time?
Yeah, Cataract already did that.
Okay.
So look at it this way, right? All right, it's debatable that the EPL is the top league in the world, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if there are 3 top striker in the top league in the world, he's one of them.
You're saying he's the top, one of the tops? I don't even think Ivan Toney. I even think the young Danish kid at Manchester United is probably on the same level of Ivan Toney. To me, I think he puts it in the back of the net if he gets it.
A special delivery bush read again.
Hoiberg.
A special delivery bush read again.
JT, you say if you don't really pay Ivan Toney attention, you wouldn't realize how good
No,
he
man,
is.
me watch Ivan Toney, man. Me watch Ivan Toney. He's not, for me, he's not as good as, I think I told you, he's an inflated stock. The bubble
Yeah,
is
but
gonna
look at the numbers, JT.
May I listen up? May I listen up? What you say?
Look at the numbers don't lie.
But you notice what I said in my earlier statement. I'm not gonna use the numbers here, because I would also want to see the goals that he scored against top opponents.
Right.
20 of them in the Premier League. 20.
I said,
hold on 1 second. Let me say this to him. When he was in League One, when he was in League,
he would be more valuable than him, right? Because he's younger and he has more upscale. But if you want somebody that's gonna put the ball in the back of the net, he's more likely to do it than Mason.
oh, I don't see what you guys say.
all right, so let me help you. Let me help you. And the answer, Mr. Flex.
All right, then I'm gonna go, okay?
Yeah, man, but you can also have that conversation with Cataract as well. But you guys are on the same side with this.
No, I want to think, Mr. Flex.
Right.
Yeah.
Collect a number from Jay Taylor. Jay Taylor, just forward the number to Mr. Flex. Yeah, man, Cataract, the heavy, you know.
Which number? Cataract, you have a part of the zone here in front.
Yes, what I tell you, so just hear the number with so Cataract song is a worldwide song. I don't feel away. But let me say to Jay Taylor, when he was in League One, they said, oh, he's only a League One striker against football teams when he scored the 25. Then he stepped up to the championship. And the very next year, bagged 30 goals against more quality opponents. Then, when he got promoted to the Premier League, they said, oh, he's only a championship striker. And he went on and scored. A man said he scored more goals than 50% of the bottom team in the bottom tier. You know, the team that get relegated never ever scored 20 brown dog goals.
But that's not, he's not because
and he's playing for Brentford.
Okay.
Who is his supply chain? Look at that. Rico Henry, Tannock. These are not name brand players.
Are you leaving out the Cameroonian who creates all that space for him?
Jesus.
Well, no, I'm just saying, and I'm glad Arsenal wise up very quickly, because listen, as I said, it's like you take a man from downtown where you push a hand cart and you give him a Ferrari. If you did bring Ivan Toney to Arsenal, he's not of that ilk. He's not of that ilk.
You know what I mean? So you are certified.
Man.
Certified.
Yeah.
Mad smaddy.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me see you there for the platform. Sir Richard, I am calling on you in the name of the King. 1 week ago, this man was telling us how electrifying and Walter Boyd-esque Kahim Dixon with no shot in a 1 year.
Context.
Hold on, man, one pass out of 4.
Contextualize that. Contextualize your statement, please.
Context, nothing. You were on here telling us how electrifying Walter Boyd-esque.
I said the player looks like Walter Boyd in his jersey, and I did not say he plays like Walter Boyd. I said the player looked like Walter Boyd in his jersey.
People entertain military gooner.
No, but
right?
I stick by that.
Poppy. And then a player who couldn't get one shot off in 18 minutes, you come on a style man where a score goal. No way, Adam, brother. No way, Adam. No way, Adam.
Okay, Sir Richard.
So, Richard,
yeah.
your team. Give us your team.
JT, I was giving you the opportunity, and I'm giving you the opportunity to clarify what you were saying regarding Kahim Dixon, the Walter Biden, prolific.
Yeah.
If it applied, what were you being misquoted?
I have not used the word prolific with Kahim Dixon. I said the player looked electrified based on his energy. And I said he looked like Walter Boy in his jersey, the way the jersey fit the player. I think people have selective hearing. They just hear what they want and just come up with a conclusion. I can say that the player looked electrifying when he ran out there on the field as a youngster that run out there in a big man ball game. I stand by that. And I didn't say, I did at the schoolboy level, the player was prolific as well. Not at the, let me take this call from Tennessee, Lewis. Tennessee.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, we come back to different JT. JT never said the player is a prolific goal scorer. JT said the player look like Walter Boy in Nigeria. That's exactly what man one time.
Yeah, in Jersey.
You understand? In Nigeria, there. You understand? So I'm not going to kill JT. No, JT say him is a prolific scorer. I'm not going to say nothing like that.
And Tennessee, what games would I use to say that Kahim Dixon is a prolific goal scorer at the international level? Well, how many games would I use?
And that means because we can't use none. You see me I say? Yeah. So you never said that. I said more than one time. They look like Walter Boy in Jersey.
In Jersey.
You never say he was a prolific goal scorer.
Yeah.
So it's a different argument than on friend with the matter about with Ivan.
What do you think about Ivan Toney, Tennessee? You think he as prolific as them up?
You know me think like if even though get a lot of players from England, man, I think those players are inflated, man. All of them.
Yo, Tennessee. Yo.
I think the price tag is too much, man. You understand? We don't believe that a lot of inflated players in England. If they go anywhere, they struggle.
And this is why England, I don't believe that England will win any major tournament anytime soon. You know why?
Yeah.
They don't let their young players go anywhere else to get experience. It's like me go down a stake I go play. Me never run in a them altitude there yet. And two, me have some big name. Remember me even say Eva Gallagher from Chelsea. That's one overrated player. He's not that good.
Me I go say something. Me I say something, man. Remember one time England going to the under-21 championship. And they say with Wilfred Zaha, them and Ravel Morris, them and they say, boy, you want your money man wax from BBC or them win the tournament. They get knocked out in the first round. You understand? I don't know if they score 4 goals. But what me I say? I think a lot of inflated players in England.
It's
where
so
the price tag, when you hear about the price tag, you think of some dangerous player. But
even Phil Foden in Tennessee. Phil Foden will not dominate at the international level.
No.
Listen.
He might look better at City, more he might look when he plays England.
One of the players for England that I think can excel at the international level and he doesn't get the look in is Grealish. It's because the way he plays.
Yes.
You see me? He creates space for himself on the ball. It doesn't matter who you are as a defender. You're not just going to come and take the ball from Grealish. But when you look at Phil Foden and them run up in some teams, some international team, we just start give them a hard time, start knocking him around, him start realize he's actually not at Manchester City anymore. He realized that he's in a different ball game. You're not.
I know why I believe. I know why I believe was one of the inflated players, one of the big one. Frank Lampard, man.
Frank Lampard them is like water balloon. You fling it on them bus. Listen, all those guys look good in a system. When you talk about strikers in Tennessee and some good players, we talk about Ruud van Nistelrooy. We talk about Van Persie, and we do it at club level. And if you put them in a Holland shirt, at the same Van Persie them you get. England players, you take them out of their club jersey and put them in that England jersey. They're not the same.
They look ordinary.
You remember the last Euro? Raheem Sterling was the only player who looked like he was up for it. And then they brought Saka off the bench, and Saka was like going for it as well. That's when Saka got into the starting job. They always come with these big players because they're at chess. Even Gallagher, he's one of the most overrated players in the EPL. Declan Rice as well. Very overrated. Those guys are baby feeding at the international level.
That's true. And as we say, England now in under 21. England now in the European Championship. No matter who they go to.
Brother.
But big up on themselves. They are going to come in the
Yeah, they won a lucky penalty and beat Denmark. They got a penalty and
Bless up.
Me did cut you off, Sir Richard. Go ahead. Chop the line, Sir Richard. Me did cut you off with the call. Me will call you back after that, Richie Royal. Go ahead, Sir Richard.
I'm trying to remember the point that I was making at the point when you cut me off. I mean, you talk about Ivan Toney. What was the point exactly?
I was saying that Ivan Toney, and we segued into saying that a lot of English players are just overrated.
I mean, why you segue going on?
Yes, and we were talking about Kahim Dixon. Kahim Dixon, let me just quick and fast say, Kahim Dixon, when I saw him make his debut, and when he came on in that game against the USA, he was looking electric. He looked full of energy, up threat, pressurizing the defenders and the goalkeeper. I thought he made a very good and favorable impression at his age, given the size and significance of that game. I thought he acquitted himself pretty well and very handily. I think that Jaime Hallgrimsson would have been impressed and happy with what he saw. He had one opportunity where he didn't hit the shot true, went into the arms of the keeper, Matt Turner safely, but he looked a lively prospect. And I think along with the likes of Dujan Whisper, those are two terrifically talented young players who could potentially, if everything goes right, health-wise and career-wise, they could be representing Jamaica with pride for a number of years. I look forward to that. That would be fantastic.
Sir Richard.
Yeah, that's what I would say about that.
Sir Richard.
Yes, sir.
J. Taylor.
Go ahead.
Stop drinking red label wine in our people in foreign here.
I'm not drinking red label wine. I only drink red wine.
This is Shiraz. This is Shiraz, Australian. You made me draw for my Shiraz. Sir Richard, it would be most appropriate if you pop a bottle and pour the glass, because this reasoning calls for a glass.
I need to draw for a bottle, but I'm going rum tonight.
No.
I'm a certified rum.
Sir Richard, the big men.
I've got the crystal substances here.
If you must have a bottle of red. I mean, anything else would be uncivilized. Please join us. I invite JT to get a red, because I will get real. Because this man.
Proceed, Cataract. Proceed. What are we toasting?
We're toasting JT's madness. To madness. What was the Mad King? The one who is Eltred? Who they put the throne in the middle of the sea.
We're going Barbados tonight, all right?
Right?
I get me a monster.
So no, you don't have a discipline, brother. A wine we a drink, dog, and then a rum talk. You see, Sir Richard has got the wine, you're gone for rum. You got to follow the rules of your pro. Go get the red wine, brother.
It's like how we ask for me to Greenwood.
Make us see the bottle.
God send you tonight to open up this discussion. You know, long more want to tell people.
Let me see the bottle. Let me see the bottle of red wine. Hold on, brother. No, serious JT. A red wine we are drinking tonight, because this is a mature discussion. You win in a rum chat.
No,
If you
I have
want
work
to-
tomorrow, so I'm not gonna get drunk. I'm having a drink.
But what we're saying is to have a drink of red wine. So Richard has gone and got his.
No, I'm not doing red wine tonight. The red wine made me a bit drowsy in the morning, so I was.
Yeah, Dali.
No, I go. It's red wine, man.
Yeah, Dali.
I don't know what a Dolly does. Dolly drink red wine? You educate me.
Oh God.
You know they were mortal. But Ketara, as we said, Ivan.
Let me get you.
Yeah.
So, and I hope Richie Royal calls back because
he's on the line now. He's on the show.
Royal, I was hyped up last week. I got all my leads man them ready. Met them on them go down at the ground. There was an under 21 semi-finals for the PL2 between Leeds under 21 and Chelsea. And I was looking to see Dujan whisper and give my clinical assessment. Is your son injured?
Richie, you might and thing, Richie. You know what going, brother.
Yeah, I'm here. You hearing me? You hearing me?
We're hearing now. Before it sounded like Ivan Toney kick your mic.
Yeah, okay.
Your mic sound like the man that we are kick down soccer every game, the most foul player in the league.
I mean, good day to everybody on the panel. Good day to the people them in the comment section. I was just putting down the phone.
Good day, Richie.
When Cataract is asking a question, you get a mountain full of words before you actually get the point that he's trying to make.
No, the question that asking is if Dujan is injured or is he well because he wasn't in the squad for the Leeds on the 20.
Yeah, we don't really want to swing the show. Let's say it.
No, I want to find out what is the issue with a national player.
No. But that's not what we are. No, Ketara, but that's not where we're gonna go right now.
Oh,
that's not where we're going now. I think we discussed that already. The player just wasn't called up or whatever. So we're on the discussion, Rich. I want to hear
for Chelsea under 21. I'm not talking about Jamaica. I'm talking about a match that occurred on just at the Easter.
Yeah, I know. And the player was in Jamaica. He got back there a few days before. But is Richie Royal at Chelsea, Cataract? I don't want to. No, Cataract. I'm on this. Richie, the feedback is crazy.
Okay. Oh, yeah. It's near to the laptop.
Yeah. The feedback is crazy. What I want to hear, God, this is all Cataract same kill song. You know, I got a number for you as well, Cataract. Somebody message me, for you to link them. So I will send it to you later.
All right, cool.
This is all Cataract win sound clash. You know, him just some the plate, and when a few times you play, him tell the people, him say, wait, turn off the sound. No, him can't draw that tune there. Richie Royal, I want to know from you. In your, as a man who knows football, is Ivan Toney a prolific striker?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what is it statistics you're using to come?
No, it's not the statistic I'm using. I'm using ball position, sense of always. All right, enough people. We can go back and I can know that Cataract would have enough sense to know Gary Lineker. Gary Lineker wasn't a man that one dribble and shoot and score on your left foot, right foot. Gary Lineker was a man that was going to be there. Put it in the danger area, he's going to be there. And Ivan Toney is a version of Gary Lineker. You don't see him, you will not see him all game, but he may just pop up and score in at the dying moments. And that is how I look at Ivan Toney as in football of today.
Okay. So it's
that's a sober assessment.
Yeah, I don't see it, man. When I talk about a prolific striker,
you don't understand what goal poachers are.
Yeah.
Alan Shearer.
Yeah, he's one of the biggest ones. Yes.
Man, talk about Ruud van Nistelrooy, Drogba.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, Drogba not a goal poacher, man. You're mad, man.
Drogba will be there. He will be there.
Drogba the goal shark.
Drogba will drop back deep. Drogba will have long range shots and those things. I don't think Jogba falls into a goal poacher. He falls into a prolific striker. He creates his own chances, right? But again,
Drug,
I think
drug,
Richie summed it up well.
Drogba to me is a world class striker. It's a different. He's a world class striker. He's
Absolutely.
just not a goal poacher. He has a bit of everything. He will head a ball from outside of the 18 if he has to score. He will rifle it from half line if he has to score. Just giving you a few examples what Dropper would do to win a championship. He will make it happen. More like a whisper then. Drogba is that type of player. Anywhere the goal coming from, he will find it.
Somebody said Batistuta. Where would you put Samuel Eto'o?
Eto'o is there for me as well. He's there for me as well. Because that stint he had at Barcelona was magical.
Yeah, Eto'o would have to be there, but not for a long period. Because some people career have a longer period than some. Because for me, Eto'o could have continued a little bit more if he was still in the Barcelona. But when he came out of that, that's when it went just slower for him.
I'm even going closer. From Germany as well.
Closer. Closer.
Oh, Miroslav. Closer.
Yeah.
Okay.
Closer is a very good striker. But we're talking about prolific here. And we're reaching out. Someone wants to play from Ivan Toney. Ivan Toney, yeah man, Ivan Toney a big baller. Big goal scorer.
I agree with you. And I think it's a big miss for the JFF to have missed out on that one. I think we will regret that for a couple of years to come. Hopefully players like Whisper Your Own, Kahim Dixon, Ellis Sims, if he comes, and hopefully Bailey Kadamati, one of those players will develop in that level of productivity in front of goal. That's what it's called. I don't take a lot of shots at goal either.
Before I make a move, because I'm gonna make a move shortly. I just wanted to ask Richie his views. Richie, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Yeah, man, go ahead.
Yes, Richie. I just wanted to get your take. Yeah, man. I just wanted to get your take on a potential Mason Greenwood Reggae Boys appointment. Do you think that he would have that seismic influence and effect on Jamaican football, and how challenging do you think the prospects of a Mason coming to represent the Reggae Boys would be? Are you from the school that likes a player to make themselves available fully in the knowledge that they're making a commitment, or do you like the idea of wooing by any means necessary, wooing and encouraging a player to represent the Reggae Boys?
I mean, it would be distasteful in some people mode, especially with Mason Greenwood, when you use by all means necessary. You can't use that term because people would end up quote you on it for the rest of your life. You understand? So say if we end up in a situation with our cartel then, and then you still want him to play for the national team, that is by all means necessary, which is not. That's not what we want. But Mason Greenwood is a young, phenomenal player. I think he would get some people even coming from England to watch the Jamaica game in the national stadium if he's playing. I think Mason Greenwood is one of them players that will just, the Adidas deal already highlight Jamaica, but Mason Greenwood would have put another level of heights to the Jamaican team if he comes to the Jamaican team. I would love for him to come and play for Jamaica so we could reach that higher heights and then we can compete, because I said to some of my fans, Reggae Boy fan club fans today, that if we can go this close to America, 30 seconds away, that's sure that we can go to a World Cup and we can compete as well and do well. 30 seconds is not far. Before it was miles ahead. America was miles ahead of us. But if we have the puzzle, if we get the right players, we can compete. I'm not
And
worried
that was
about
with
it.
a B team.
Yes, yes, and this is a B team. So if we get the right players, we will definitely can do make wonders, make a country proud. All right, Richie Paul.
Yeah, man, them say couple bites of the week in
But yeah, one bite, man. I want cataract, man. I want bite. One thing, man. Buy one, get one. Oh, Mason Greenwood shirt. Oh, Mason Greenwood. I tell you, it's me personally. And I out there, so I sell. Cause I'd be rich. Yeah.
They're gonna eat a food, but you're not gonna rich.
Mason Greenwood.
Yeah.
Remember, say JFF now the marketing, you know. Yeah. So there will be no shirt available. Stop me around things.
No. JFF now the marketing. I'm know your crew of the 650 million for spend. So we no full of money.
No, Richie just came on and inflated the numbers even more.
No, Richie don't want to go on, man. But let me tell you, see,
Richie.
But I don't want you to get to it. You have been also talking madness because you were saying Damian Lowe and singing his praises at CDM.
Of course. And I will sing it again.
No, hold on. I'm talking to Jay Taylor. Sorry, I'm just going to ask you, Richie, because I want to break it down with you. I've been waiting for this moment.
Yes.
But Jay Taylor goes on to say Declan Rice no good.
No, you can't say that.
I said Declan Rice is overrated. He's an inflated stock. What has Declan? For me, as I said, Sir Reason Boss, I look at international football.
You know,
and Test cricket and T20 cricket.
That comment that he make about Declan Rice.
Yeah, you're right. But Richie, hear what I say. I look at international football like Test cricket and T20, and I look at the EPL and international football. Yeah, some man, Andre Russell, him can't make a bills in a Test match. He doesn't have the temperament to bat for long
international, yeah.
You see me, but him can lick 6-6 at a 36 now 1 over. But it's not sustainable. A lot of the English players are like T20 players. They're good in these all-star teams because they have great players around them that makes them look better. Over the past 15 years, which other than Kahim Sterling, I can't think of another English player that I've seen at the international level who look like they can dominate. I haven't seen it, so show me. Show me the player.
You mad dog.
And Declan Rice is definitely.
Jude Bellingham? Why Jude Bellingham?
Jude Bellingham is just chuckling. He's not there yet at the international level.
Who's Harry Kane? Who's Harry Kane done?
And Jude Bellingham will learn how tough it is in the Euros when you start playing some regular teams that you think is regular on paper and they don't care that you playing for England. You're gonna see it. Jude Bellingham, them young in a football, brother. Harry Kane, he's another overrated player. Harry Kane is at a Bayern Munich team that scores goal for a living. Come on.
But say you got to parent teachers day, and the word of the day was overrated, and that is it on the blackboard. And that could be the only reason why you just can't.
Listen, when you talk about players, we can get it done at all level. We talk about Suarez and them youth them. So Suarez and Uruguay.
Which level of Harry Kane hasn't done that?
Yeah, man, I'm gonna tell you something. When I saw Kai Havertz for the first time, I remember I don't know nothing about Bayer Leverkusen. Nothing at all. And Kai Havertz was like the god of Leverkusen. Everybody think Leon Bailey was the man. It was Kai Havertz. Because first of all, he was born in that town. And where Leverkusen is, it's like in the middle of downtown Kingston then. Middle of downtown Kingston. Why I say that? Kai Havertz had a tendency to draw 4 players to him at 3 players when I saw him for the first time. And I said, how did he do that? I said, I wish, look at you with this. He was forever doing it at Leverkusen. So that's, and he knows when to slip the pass left, when to slip the pass. He was like a mini, what's the Real Madrid number 10 for years? What's his name again, JT?
Modric.
Magic. He was a bit, he was a mini Magic, but wasn't grown up like how you have Bellerin to be a good player, but he's not there yet. He's going to be. He was just like that. He was just magic. I mean, I said, this youth, yeah, he was different. No, when he came to Chelsea, you never see nothing of that sort when I saw him at Chelsea. It's the system that the player falls in, make him look like a regular baller. So when you see Declan Rice dropping at the system of England, you wonder if I the same Declan Rice that. Declan Rice is a monster. The man take on 4-1 Man City. Declan Rice alone.
Yo, the man like at Arsenal, he look like him lost him phone. Like, man, like when we look at Declan Rice at Arsenal, I'm like, what? Like, what? Like, let me tell you, the English media, when they find an Anglo-Saxon player that they think is good, they put him up there. But us as football players, we watch a man like Patrick Kluivert when he's a local youth score one of the wickedest head of them in our World Cup. Bop it at the back of the net. A bullet off I made. I'm talking about Bird Camp and them players, they Overmars, and them players they run. And that's where my level of football is. When you talk about a Davis, a Seedorf in the middle of the park, and them levels them me talk about. So when I talk about football people, I don't talk about no Jude Bellingham and them man there.
Yeah, but Jude Bellingham name a focal man.
Yeah, but he's not there yet.
But
Brian Larjup from Denmark, Michael Larjup. And them player them I talk about. Very them.
You can't say a player
Teach them from France, them baller them me talk about, brother. I not talk about them cup soup baller we just heat up in a microwave.
GT and a microwave.
Come on, microwave baller them me on a hype up my youth.
I cannot agree with you if you say Bellingham is a microwave baller.
No, I'm not saying Bellingham. Bellingham, I've watched him at Real Madrid this year, and he showed me that he's a top-class player. But
he's an elite player, brother.
Yeah, but not yet at the international level. Them man, I know in a
I won't go international because I have not seen him play against a big team for England and do what he did with since he was 15. Them retired the man jersey at Birmingham City from his 15 years old, you know.
But Richie, at the international level, a player like Croatia with
JT, let me just touch in quick and fast.
And Sukir get the golden boots. Them man, they are goal hawk, goal shark.
Yes, Richie, go ahead.
JT, let me come in quick and fast. Can I make a move? Full respect to the panel. I'll keep on listening to the discussion. The last 2 internationals, JT. Richie Ryle have a good point. Cataract knows a good play when he see it. I see one, and I'm sure you do as well, JT. Against Brazil and Belgium, Jude Bellingham, who is a baller, trust me, you don't play for Real Madrid via Birmingham City without being a baller. Against Brazil, Lucas Paqueta, thank you, Lucas Paqueta for the Seleção. You know, it's a Brazil team that me draw for big time. I've got a lot of time for the Seleção. Lucas Paqueta was fouling, seemingly upon instructions by Dorival Jr., no doubt, fouling Jude Bellingham time after time in the midfield. The first 20 minutes, Lucas Paqueta on another given occasion could have been sent off. Why? Because he's been identified as a clear... Hold on, let me finish now. Let me finish. A clear and present danger. When he played... But hold on, let me finish, because I make a move, you know. Then he played against Belgium. Belgium played some bad boy football. Yuri Tielemans, Lukaku, fantastic. Got a 2-1 lead. It looked like a defeat for this English team who you believe are overrated. In comes Jude Bellingham at the death. Cool, calm. waiting, loitering with intent in the penalty area. When the ball broke to him, no missing, no mixing, no messing. 2-2, hands in the air, equalizer. Jude Bellingham is a baller, JT. He's not a Zinedine Zidane. He's not a Modric. Obviously, he's not been playing for as long. But the fact that this brother is caught in attention and wearing that white jersey, trust me, man can play. And he is looking to go higher and higher. Keep an eye out for England in the European Championship. Like, share, subscribe. Sports Prophecy, Rich Post Sports, debut each and every time. Speak!
Big up, big up, big up, big up, big up. Yeah, that JT.
What good. So JT, I think you're kind of confusing and stuff.
No,
but we're going back again, and I want to go back where we started, which was that a lot of the young players who were in the academies, who were eligible to play for Jamaica, when they have gone out on loan this season, they have not. Hold on, man. Because I'm coming to a player who may have been different from that mold. And that player is Zach Lovelace, who is at a much higher level than the others. And I'm wondering what it would take for JFF and the parents them to sort out whatever the different.
We don't want to go back this show I done, you know.
No, this JFF was the word.
Yeah, the people them can watch about this show, brother. We are talking international football, you know. I want different part we reach. We don't really want.
No, you reach that madness.
Yes,
you reach madness about.
I you say red wine, me say Barbados rum.
You just right
now,
I want. Okay, so let me challenge Richie Royal. Richie Royal.
And you have Presser is on here. 433 Presser is here too as well.
Well, I'll have to hear him first before I can challenge him. I need to hear a song play a tune before we know say. Hey, man. Richie, let me challenge Richie first, and then Maggie run respectfully, right? Low played with heart, ran and looked at every blade of grass. That's what the ESPN broadcaster said. Every blade of grass he became acquainted with. That's not the role of a CDM. The role of a CDM is to keep the shape of the team, be an outlet for the pass out of defense, be able to intercept, read the game, and recycle the ball quickly and get another attack started. So on at least 3 of the 4 fundamental aspects of the game, Lowe didn't have that because he's not a true-born CDM. What was needed in the end, although it's not his fault, he was not on there, and we were praising K. Roy and stuff, I think, was a CDM to calm the game down, see out the minutes, draw fouls on themselves, because every foul that you draw is another 30 to 45 seconds before you actually take the free, etc., and run down the clock. So I believe he played with all the heart, he gave it everything, he left his Jamaican heart on the field. But he was exposed because at 31 he is learning this game, and the passing that you need for a CDM must be at least 80% accuracy, because that is not a place to be losing the football. So I challenge you.
Yeah, and about the Damien Lowe.
Yes.
But him watch this and learn this, and we watch the game and we analyze the game, and we try to understand what the coach is doing to make sure that so he always gonna win the ball and he's gonna always lose it. That's what you said, right?
Yes. So the ball, when he wins the ball,
so we don't have a problem.
Next decision that he makes.
No, we don't have a problem.
Attack to recycle.
Man, them gone boring up the last part of show right now.
Cataract, you can't do that. He might always have it. Because he say if him lose it, he might win it back. That is what you said, We're working off what you said. No, so if him lose it, him going to win it back. And JT don't want boring up him.
Yeah, the last part of the show. We not the reggae boys, we are talking about a different level of football right now. 4-3-3. Yeah, international we are talking about right now. Some of them play there we hear me talk about 4-3-3 presser. Cataract,
listen,
me have my mad surfing ticket.
big up to Qatar. But JT, you know,
But JT,
an
Qatar,
observation from
big up
recently, you
everybody.
been say some stuff for questionable. When me wonder, me ask you up to where they, if you drink not now, you know, I don't know if you've been under the influence. Some of the stuff that you say at the end, I don't join that school with you. What I will say is pertaining to England, right? I think the players that they do possess, I think they're wonderful players. Most of them, you know, Harry Kane, Jude Bellingham, and some other guys. However, we have to give them time, JT, especially the likes of the Kobe, the Jude Bellingham, because you see, if you're going to compare them to Zidane, or if anyone is going to compare them to those type of players from the past, right? They need a body of work.
It's the first World Cup you watch. Me need to know where you're there, no. Cause me want you know, say I'm under the influence of being an experienced fan of watching quality
World
football.
Cups.
So me want to know which World Cup was the first World Cup you watch.
All right, don't knock me for my age, you know, me very young, so the 2010
No,
World Cup.
you say me under the influence. So me want to ask you what World Cup you watch. The first
All right,
one.
first World Cup 2010.
Brother, no, yesterday you born, bro.
Last night, that.
Yeah, but we still can't talk football. Me no say that. Me no say that gonna knock me with the age. Watch on JT. Me no say that you that gonna knock with the age. But when me would my rebuttal would be that I feel older folks tend to live in nostalgia a lot of the times. So it's almost like listen, it's almost like when you have young players emerging now with immense talent, even in comparison to older folks who retire and leave the game.
Let me ask you a question because you sound smart. You sound smart.
It's almost like there's no conversation that can be had surrounding it.
No, 4-3 press. I want to ask you a question.
You can't keep a cut
The Jamaican currency is 100 and how much to the US dollar? No. The older people them would have said the currency was better one time. Maybe because we all know. So the current, what we all know is the currency are as good as when it was 6-1, 20-1, 10-1.
No, that's different, and that's a bad comparison. In terms of finance, there are many variables in terms of what goes into making a dollar strong, etc. But we're talking about football. Hold on, man.
I use that to show you 4-4 press that you weren't around.
If you're talking about the comparison in football is continuity, where football always produce talents no matter the generation or the era. So football talents are always being produced no matter the era. The problem is whenever young players emerge, it's almost like there's no conversation.
Since no matter the era, so we can use that as well. Come here, say when I say 4-3-3, you weren't around when the currency was that good. To compare to now, hence you weren't around when those good players were playing as well. That means
so you're saying there are no good players now?
I'm not saying there are no good players now. I said the players that they're like a man tell me say Gallagher from Chelsea good. Where Gallagher? Who Gallagher for good? Actually, him go at Crystal Palace, go do a one thing. Them I say Chelsea, them could bring him back. Him decent. Him come back, come balance out. Him come back, come look like a basic player. Like is Gallagher world class? Is a Rashford world class?
No, the players like Rashford, Gallagher, and some of those players, I don't believe they're of any, world class level. Those players aren't at that level. But in terms of the Vinicius and those guys, Kylian and Mbappe, obviously they're within that level. But I believe football has become more systematic now, whereas you're not going to see the raw talents of a lot of players compared to back in the days. If you watch players back in the days, they were more raw in terms of what they could do on the pitch. But football, and because of managers, the Pep Guardiolas of the world, etc., it's more systematic. So them no one player just kick the ball and run down and pass people. So they play more in system. How much of those players in the past? Hold on. How much of those players in the past would there can always be a conversation to say the players that you watch, how much of them can play in systems now?
So Professor, I want to say to you something. What you're missing and what my man is missing is the quality of defenders in 2023-2024 is much higher than the quality of defenders in the 90s and the 80s.
That's what Professor is not
in the Premier League, especially, right? I remember when Stuart Pearce, Nottingham Forest, was a big man.
right? I don't believe that. I believe the defenders now are bigger, stronger, much more athletic, and have a better ability to read the game. Defenders back then was a lot of brute force, right? Psycho, that's what they used to call Stuart Pearce, psycho. And not Psycho Bunny. Yes, you had the I remember the two brothers from Manu. Remember someone, Ronnie Whelan, Dennis Irvin, Des Walker. You had those guys, but they weren't as revered as the more brutal center backs. When I started watching, like as it come towards the 90s, it was like Lucas Radaby that come to Leeds and change how the Leeds center backs were. Right? We inherited some. I think if I look back at 98, I think the mistake Jamaica made was Frank Sinclair. Frank Sinclair was considered a full proper Premier League defender. the brick house. But when he came in France, he got exposed because that couldn't cut it. So I believe they have less talented defenders to play against. As a group, you might have had a 1 and 2 defender that emerge out of the thing.
So Cataract, I must agree with Presser, because Presser is in the evolved level of the game, because he's from the new era. So he's where they have a foul coach, a set piece coach, a throwing coach. Before, they didn't have none of that. We didn't have no fourth official. We didn't have no VAR. So he's of the VAR era. So you have to understand with him. And when you have more knowledge of something, you tend to be better because you're knowledgeable about it. You understand what I'm saying? So Presser have a point where he must say, him can always go back and watch the 86 World Cup and all those old World Cups to make his decision on which football is better than what, Even though the players are more protected in this era. Man a play with Brookhand and them thing there. But then you can't do that in this era.
And more say something, Richie. Presser, did you watch the game where Brazil knocked out the Dutch team out of the World Cup semifinals?
No.
Let me teach you a little thing about football, brother. Because you say system and all that. If you know about the Dutch and total football, it's one system. It's called total football. That's what the Dutch play. So when you're saying that, can these players play in a system? What are you talking about, bro? Like what?
Well, you're giving me the Netherlands. You just give me one example. You just give me the Netherlands. Give me other team.
Yeah.
Germany, I believe Germans play systematic football. I believe the Germans.
So what are you saying then?
Play systematic football. But what I'm saying, whilst the Germans have, play systematic football over the years, whatever the case is, I'm saying the past players that you used to watch, how much of them could play to this level? What you're giving me is just when man used to beat man and how much skill set a man have. But managers nowadays not looking at how much skill they have and how much step over you go make and beat a man. Managers are looking more on the systematic side, how you can, which zone you can pick up, how much touches you have to take off of the ball in this era, whatever the case is.
Number 1433 press, the managers you speak so eloquently about.
It's all managers. It's not only the big name managers, The managers with smaller names pick up this stuff as well.
No, what I want to say to you is the managers you speak so highly of, you should ask who they look up to. Is those said managers?
And let me ask you a question. Despite the fact that Pep Guardiola did look up to Cruyff, didn't Pep Guardiola add something else to the game?
No, but
didn't Arsene Wenger add something else to the game? So you might look up to a man, but you can revolutionize the game as well. So it's not like them just look up to them and take things. Yes, them take things, but them add on and revolutionize the game as well.
Yeah,
the Peps of the world, the Jose Mourinho.
I accept what you're saying. Those players back in the day, they can't play in a no system.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I'm saying how much of
I
them.
don't
I
know
didn't say
what
that.
you're saying. That you're saying that they cannot play in the system, or I don't know what you're saying.
Jay Taylor.
Yeah.
In a modern league now, if Maradona came to the Premier League now, he would be vilified because he's not tracking back and marking nobody.
Okay. Okay.
So it's a different, the assignments are different. So even when you have the skilled players now, they are treated like, look, yeah, man, you have all that skill, you can do all them something there, but you better track back your bound, else you hold the bench.
So Cataract,
Right?
no,
So
we
I
have
would
even
be-
technology. We
hold
have
on,
more
hold on.
technology now. No, man.
Hold on, man.
I'm my time to interrupt you, bro. Me give people a lot of time to talk. Interrupt.
You know how you did that talk?
You, Cataract. Me ask
You
you.
did listen to, you know.
Eh?
Are you did that talk a while ago for the whole length of time, you know? You were just listening to yourself.
We did 4 hours. I probably gave you two and a half, 3 out of that.
I'm not talking about the last. I'm just saying to you that as a real question, would the Pelés of this world and the Maradonas, the two big names, Ozzy Ardiles, if you want to go that far, but Pele and Maradona, what would they be viewed as now? Would they be viewed as some like Mesut Ozil, like some prima donnas who are surplus to requirements because they're not tracking back?
In Cataract, and I want to say to you that, let's say, for example, education. Everybody have a laptop. Everybody has a tablet. Back in the day, people are count on them finger. Those people probably couldn't use a computer back in the day, but why is the education standard has dropped worldwide, where grades and kids have become less, they're not functioning in the classroom as much as in the past. So that's why I'm not buying that about players and system, when the same managers that we're putting up there right now worship those managers. I remember when the Dutch, what was that Dutch manager that came to Manchester United? And he changed the whole style of play. Even the other day on Fox, on Sky Sports, they must say, whoa, I wonder if Manchester United need to go back to that, where a man can bring back that style of football to get them to play that way. So I'm wondering, is that when he's saying, like the system, like we're dealing with humans adapt to anything. You put humans somewhere, they're gonna adapt. If Maradona going at the EPL right now and you put him in a whatever system, he's gonna adapt. He was just a magical player, a Pele. We man go tell me say, true Pele at them time they Pele them did a play, them never as good. Like, bro, the standard of football has dropped. Anybody can tell you that the standard of football has dropped. Even Coach Jaime Hallgrimsson got in trouble for that in Iceland, for stating that players are soft these days. They don't even train outside anymore.
JT, I don't think players are soft for the sake of being soft. I think the game has evolved in a way where the money aspect plays a role as well as many other things outside of football. So I don't believe players are just soft because they want to be soft in terms of the physical makeup. That's not the case. It's just that the game changed in terms of how we view it and how these players who play the game view it as well. You get me? I say, when you're going to give a man at 20 a certain amount of money, why you think him going to sacrifice his body again? Back in the days, man, I have to play 15 years to try and make up that the money when making a one contract when him 20. So yes, the game to an extent it has gone down, but I also think that there's still beauty within the game. It's just like, you see, I always advocate football can be played in more than one way. And me as a man way, me defensive. Me as a man way, me defend David Moyes. I like David Moyes because people are going to go in football.
Are you a coach?
Hold on. If you don't have the players to play expansive, what are you going to do? Now must sit back and play defensive and hit on the counter attack. So football can always be played in different ways.
Are you a coach? No, maybe
no.
you are. Yeah. Are you a coach?
No. But this time, grassroots coaching, but a couple years ago.
Okay, cool. And you play
football grassroots,
at a high level, right?
No, man, I said that's just grassroots. So you don't reach anything yet. I'm gonna reach like
that's a start. That's a start, though, person.
Yeah. I don't have a grassroots coaching license, bro.
Yeah, but like in America, them just at grassroots is just like picking them leave like kids,
Yeah, man, like son, I do say start, man. Everybody play a role, person.
Oh yeah, but I think JT asked if like.
Yeah, he did ask you that.
I'm just asking because
Okay.
maybe you're a coach and you're explaining the game to me from a different side that I don't see, where I'm not a coach.
Okay, JD, but JT, for me, I view football in different variations. You know, I accept all styles of play. So even though, yeah, players now aren't off the pass in terms of the skill set that they possess, etc., I still find beauty within the game. You know, especially on the defensive side of things.
It's just like music, my brother. A certain people them from a certain era. Some people will say a trap dancer are running place right now, and a lot of Jamaicans, probably my age group and older, will say the music is just not that good.
Is it that the music isn't just that good, or we're not giving a listening ears to the
no,
people who actually produce good music?
Is just not that good. I'm not the only one says that. This is why
No, but
Jamaican
you know,
artists
funny
don't
enough,
get
when
as
people talk
much
about music, you know, people say there's no positive music out there. But me see enough positive music, but them not give them thing the airplay.
Yeah. But I'm saying to you, it's the statistics are there. Less Jamaican artists are tour some of the same places where that reggae audience used to be. So I guess the music is so much. This music is as good, yet you're losing money, you're losing shows, and you're losing opportunities. Like me not getting that. And you agree, said the standard has dropped. So in football, so how has the standard dropped? Yet the players back then who were considered better couldn't fit in a system where the standard has dropped.
How was the standard drop, but the game is still evolving?
No, you said the standard has dropped. I said that before, and then I just heard you said
But
the
not to the
standard.
extent that you're going to. Because
Okay.
you're using the players of the past to just make a broad comparison with no one. It's like if you don't match up to your standard, then it's almost like you just go off the cliff with you.
No, it's not my standard, bro. I didn't create the standard. Those great players created the standard. I didn't create the standard. A Whitney Houston, a Celine Dion, they create the standard. Michael Jackson, they created the standard. It's like me saying, like Jay-Z. It's like me saying right now, Playboy Carti is better than a Jay-Z as a rapper. No, he probably has more fans. No, and clout and the internet. But is he really a better rapper? I don't think so. You know what I mean? That's just my take on that. So it's the game of football. All I'm saying, and it's not just now, bro. From David Beckham them time all the way up to now, England players have struggled to take their club form to the international game. Brazil is a team that happened to do that. The Brazilian players, the German players, the Dutch players, the French players, they seem to take their club form. That's all I'm saying. Their club form to the international level. The England players hasn't been able to do that. That's what basically in a nutshell. That's what I'm saying. That's why I said those players are inflated. No, I tried to separate the discussion when I said you have Test cricket and you have T20. You have EPL, which is an all-star game. You know, all-star weekend in basketball, where all the stars are on one team. That's what it is. The problem is when they go to the international level, where the teams are not just built up as an all-star team, where it takes a different grit to win, the English players don't seem to cut it. They don't seem to put it at the international level. That's all I'm
I
saying.
mean, I agree, you know, because even recently when England play Brazil, me hear enough English people from England I say, yo, Brazil now have no star player really. But I wasn't looking at the Brazilian team from that aspect. I was looking at it that they still have quality players, that the players a team. I mean, England does players a team, but as I say, the club form doesn't transition to the national team. And you know, we see the game where Brazil play England, and you know, whatever the case is. But I want to say they're maybe to an extent they're inflated. However, Declan Rice, I don't think he's inflated.
Never.
I think Declan Rice is the first player. You see, since Paul Pogba,
level are international.
Since United signed Paul Pogba for 90 million euros or whatever the case is, Declan Rice is the first $100 million player that I can look back on where hit the ground running in the said season he was bought. And I think that's good in the sense that he was always playing in the Premier League, but him did always show him quality at West Ham. Remember, say centre back him start off now. I think him debut was against City as centre back, you know. couple years ago, you know. Then he transitioned into the midfield. It's always been quality. It's not inflated. Come on, JT.
You know which player I would say is a quality player? Madison from Tottenham. Like for me, that's a quality player where I see that his game can translate
Let
from
me
the
ask you, why do you say, is it because him have this sense of like pizzazz, like him have that type of football where it just attractive to yours because he's an attacking player compared to Declan Rice?
Yeah, but it is his, I think is his movement. You can see that his movement can work in just any part of the game. Let's say Richie, just mute for a little bit. I give you one wicked fit.
I'm gonna cut off you now because they're gonna do you something,
all right, we link up. All right. Me could talk about what is this you know? Phil Foden. Let's talk about Phil Foden. Bro, I keep saying that Phil Foden at the international level, he's not gonna cut it. Because the position he plays and his size, he's not gonna cut it. People are gonna say, look at Messi. Messi is an anomaly. How much Messi can we find, bro? You see Phil Foden. Look at Phil Foden in a Man City team. Him have the ball all the time. Him have space to do this. Him have space to do that. Look at a Phil Foden versus Brazil. He looks like a player who's just out there, bro. That's all I'm saying. But Phil Foden from Man City, you would think like, whoa, this is magical. But when he goes to an England team, it's just a Phil Foden, bro. I'm not seeing like Hurricane. You've seen Hurricane dominated any one of the top teams. Like you saw that Europe finals against Italy.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Italian league, Serie A, is the closest thing to the international football game. If you look how the Serie A game set up, it looked like you're watching an international football game. And guess what? That's why Italy probably win another probably win another World Cup or another Euro before England.
Let me tell you, I believe it's in the DNA. You know, when Spurs did play, it was Juventus a couple years ago. I think it was Chile. They say like it's in the history of the Tottenham, and I just feel like a lot of these international teams like Brazil, Italy, despite whether them have star-studded players or not, it's just football heritage where they have it in them at the international level to win. You know what I'm saying? Where England over the years, I think England's failure over the years is because of the nation itself in terms of the hype that they give them as if they're the best thing since sliced bread. You know them way they
inflation, the inflated hype that made up in a pressure.
So it doesn't help them on the international scene because when Brazil and a lot of these teams go into these tournaments, like they have the expectation of winning it because they're Brazil, but you never really hear them say, yeah, we must win it because we're better than everybody else. You know, they know the teams, they know the quality of these teams, and they fear these teams, and they go out there and respect these teams and play them off the park, depending on the day. And you know, they go through to the next round where England, before the tournament even start, you know them way they. But I still think quality players exist. England, they have quality players. I think the thing with Foden in specific, he's a quality player, you know. But Gareth Southgate doesn't help a lot of these English players a lot of the times when they play for England. And I don't want to really blame him because if you look back against Italy, then probably should have beat them. And even against Croatia, if Raheem Sterling did score the ball, the man would have probably win. So sometimes the players have to be a responsibility in terms of the failures of England over recent times. But it's also on Gareth Southgate as well. But Foden.
But so you'd have say if Cephas did score for Jamaica would win, but you'd have blamed that on Jaime Hallgrims?
Well, the conversation is a bit different, you know. I'm not blaming Hallgrimson because at the end of the day, we did deflated in terms of the players that we did have. So whenever you play teams like USA, when you go sit back, any chance you get, you just take, you know, every mickle make a muckle. You get me, I say? But to leave JT, no, I'm going to keep on mix up your name too close. Yeah. To leave Madison is a quality player, but I don't believe, the thing is, I don't like compare an attacking player to a player who is more like defensive, you know? It doesn't make sense. Because me see even a comparison today, if Cole Palmer have a better career than Kobe Mainoo, you know, make them comparison there. But Madison is definitely quality. Madison is definitely quality, you know. He's a quality player. But I want to compare him to Declan Rice.
And I think that Cole Palmer is going to struggle at the international level. he's gonna quickly realize that he's playing against men. I know people who say the English. Listen, Presser, you see the game, just like when my analysis on the US versus Jamaica game, you know what? I predicted the game 3-1. I was the only one to predict the game 3-1, but the scoreline wasn't within normal time. I didn't predict that the game was going to be 3-1 over time. I thought the US had a better team than we than we did. No, how me look at it this way. You see, the international game, it's a little bit more sticky. It's not this big open wide game where players sit on the ball all day and do what you want. That's not international football. It's like you have to maneuver in tighter spaces. That's how international football look to me. And at any day, you come up against a Croatia, even a simple team like a Ukraine, and them give you hell. But it's not every day you're gonna see a Sheffield United come up against a Man City and give them hell. It might happen once throughout the season. But in an international tournament, every group, look at that. Look at the Argentina game against Saudi Arabia. That was an international game. Remember them and Argentina come win it. When you look at a team like South Korea, look at a team like Japan, the style of play, how them run, you start realizing you're in a different ball game. So players like Cole Palmer and those players, I love those. I love seeing Cole Palmer and those guys in the All-Star League, the EPL. But when those guys go to the international game, they realize they're in a real football game against people we are fight for them country. I think it's a different drive.
I think that's two as well, and I think one thing England doesn't bring enough when they're playing against team is this the physicality, and you know Pep Guardiola have this one thing with City, it's the tactical fouls and them thing that England them not do it good. When you look on Brazil and Germany, them man they fall anywhere at the pitch just for no make it get out of the area, get me I say, and then bring that physicality and that dark magic thing, and England just doesn't have that, especially how to control a game. You know, them always probably will lead and then let the games get out of their reach. So you're right. In terms of international football, is a different feeling and teams play different. And the statistics show that as well. In England and different respective leagues, in terms of the high pressing, etc. When I was reading an article recently where the last World Cup, in terms of the percentage of how teams high press, it was reduced compared to at the club level. You know, so a lot of different things different at the international level. You know, the game probably play at a bit of a slower pace, more physicality, and CONCACAF can attest to that in terms of physicality when you play some of these teams. Down at South America can attest to that as well. People might think Bolivia and some of these teams in Copa are going to be walkover, but they're not going to be walkover. They're going to bring the game to us.
Presser, and this is where many are going to agree on. I'm not jumping out. No, that's why I say Jamaica have to beat Mexico if you do anything. You see me I say? Because I think, you see, if we beat Mexico, we can use the fact that the international game are going to tighten up regardless, and we then can pull off a draw. But if we don't beat Mexico, it's home, bro. It's home. I don't see us just walking past them team there. I think we will draw with one of those teams and lose.
The good thing is, against USA, we played well. Unfortunately, we did lose. In terms of Panama game, it's a good thing that we did beat those people, the Panamanians, because going into the Copa America, it gives you that mental fortitude that you can play those more physical teams, etc., and beat them, you know. Mexico, if we beat Mexico in the Copa America, in terms of the confidence boost it's going to give us and some of these new crop of players, it's going to be immense for us moving forward as a team in general. You know what I mean? Because it's getting over the obstacles of these teams that always beating you know. And I feel like against them in the Gold Cup last year, when the man scored the first goal, we never have nothing to answer with. You know what I mean? But no, I think there's a turnaround in terms of Hallgrimson showing his flexibility with this team and the mental fortitude that this team possesses. Because we used to say whenever Jamaica, whenever the first goal conceded against them, it's like them mentally them just going at them shell, you know. Where I think they're a bit more stronger now.
Yeah. And you said something that me really did want to zoom in back on. I think for England to be really competitive, I think they have to do the opposite of what they're doing. They have to pick players that they think can translate at the international level and not just pick players who are at the biggest clubs. You see what I'm saying? I think that's where England get it wrong. Because the international game, when you look upon someone we play all right back or left back, it's not necessarily sometimes. Bro, I always use a team like Croatia. A lot of times, you have to really watch football, brother, if you know where a lot of the players from Croatia play. Outside of the 2 standout or 3 standout that they might have in the middle of the park. Croatia always have somebody in the middle of the park who can control the game. But if you look at Croatia is your worst nightmare in any second round of any international tournament. You do not want the team to start heat up on you. Croatia and Italy. My years of watching football, those are the 2 teams that give big teams the most trouble. Some would say Italy is a big team. They'd say anytime Italy draw a bunch of games and get into the second round, problems. Croatia. A lot of people can call out a Croatian 11 and say, oh, that's a man that they are into this, so. Them have them 3 pieces there in the middle and maybe another piece where you know, but they actually pick players that create a team around those players. England think they can use an all-star team from the EPL and win World Cup and win Euro. Yeah, they almost did it. But a lot of people would also say Denmark got cheated in that semi-final game where Raheem Sterling wasn't fouled. It was clear. It was there on the screen. The man not even touch him. But we're not gonna. That's water under the bridge. We're not gonna over that. That Italian team and the finals. Yet that's where I agree with you. With Southgate, he got out-coached. Southgate is he's a reactive type of coach. He's not proactive. He let the game drag on. The Italian coach made the changes, the right tactical changes at halftime and won the game. You know, so I just think that England, for me, bro, because they have the biggest media when it comes on to football. People tend to think that because England medians like we got to win it this time. You hear man, we got to win it this time, man. We got everybody. We got Bellingham. We got Mano in there. You get me? We got Kane scoring 40 goals. We're going to win it. No. International football. We have all a side like Croatia. Man. It's just how it goes, bro. But that's just my take on that. It was a wild discussion. We disagree to this. We agree to this.
And my last point surrounding England is in terms of it's not only pick the players from the big club them, but it's pick the man them where even never play football much, or the man them where are farm, you know. If right now Jamaica say Leon Bailey as example, same never that play ball at Aston Villa, right? But now want them just pick Leon Bailey based off a name. When you pick man where if a Cephas perform over Turkey, then you pick Cephas. You get me?
What England in that do?
Then would I pick the man them when we just have big name, but now it kind of changed to an extent where him still have him favorites, you know. Him still have him favorites, but him come under more pressure if him go pick certain man, you know. Rashford and them man they still probably go Euros, honestly. I think maybe Cole Palmer go and some of these people, but you know. Even Kobe inclusion
right now, Cole Palmer hot right now, and I think he must go. You don't think so?
Yeah, he will face the pressure of not bringing him, you know. But if he did left up to him, would he bring him? Enough of them people how him get pressure to bring, wouldn't bring. You think if they want to bring Kobe, you know, the media pressure him. You know, United, you know, fans and other opposition fans will rate Kobe, pressure him to do that, you know, because we never include him first of all. I think it was an injury or somebody get an injury and pull out and him bring him in.
Yeah, it's an injury. You say it wasn't. It's just an injury. It was just an injury thing. And then I think that England run into because Brazil went through that phase too, you know, where Brazil was just picking beer all-star player, and people start saying, but we used to have good players that you know are great players, but Brazil team always kind of they designed it in a unique way. Where you might even have 1 or 2 players from the Brazilian league. You see me, I say, I'm gonna play a Inter, yes, so I'm gonna play a Juventus, yes, so, and they make up the Brazil team. When you look at the English team, every man are playing at the EPL. So none of them have experience outside of England. And then them run into some team now where some man a play everywhere upon God earth. You see me? It's just like I always use cricket, Bro, you can make a million runs down Antigua and Grenada. When you go down Australia and they pitch them a fire, or you go down India and they pitch them a turn, you probably struggle to make 10. So I just think that the method that England is using, it's a bit weird, where them just think, say, oh, we have the best league in the world, and we just call 23 all-star players and we line up and we win this thing. I don't think international football says that's not how it works. It says you have to build a team where there's going to be a few players that nobody maybe knows, but they're there to do a specific job. You see me? I say Ivo Gattuso from Italy. Them time there, when Gattuso them really start to kick up, and people say, whoa, this man is the dog at the Italian midfield. I don't like the man that did Man U. He never did Arsenal. He never did Liverpool. But the man come play a role where people are say, yo, who the man stay them leg up on the field. So it was a good one, Presser. Love chatting up football video. People go, what's the name of your channel? Give yourself a plug out the Presser, and the people them go over there and follow you, because you do know your football, and we're here to just let everybody move forward. So just plug your channel and let the people know.
433 Presser. I think I saw you go. One second.
You're a channel, bro.
Hey, the man them mix me up, cause them mispronounce the name. Says like,
yeah, bro. Me call you 442 press.
Oh yeah, 433 Presser, people, with an ER at the end of the press. 433
Okay,
Presser.
spell it out, man, so people can understand.
So 433 and then PRESSER.
Yeah, man. So people go over there and follow 433 Presser. He knows his football, talk football. It was a lively discussion. Cataract drink a glass of red wine and lift up. Cause me say Ivan Toney wasn't prolific, and
No, he's not prolific. He's not prolific.
Right, you know what? Oh, you come so late. Oh, you forward so late then.
Maybe in the championship, but I mean, he have a good season recently when he scored what 19 goals, and none of them were non-penalty goals. But I don't think Ivan Toney is a striker that's going to be prolific. I'm 28 now,
Bro, it's like me just say Shensia is a legend, cause she have a lot of hit song. I just think that, bro, the standard where they judge people by now and give them legendary status and prolific, is just that's why I end up in the era conversation in a Presser. That's so we reach here, so it was the whole era thing, and I just believe that standard is standard. Like, I think, like, let's say for example, like Kendrick Lamar. I think Kendrick Lamar is a good rapper in any era you put him in, just because of his content, the way he structure his sentences and create that vivid image for you.
and to even leave this now, JT, you see, even Ivan Toney, that's an inflated player in terms of value. And realize, so since the man come back from the ban, like when you get banned from something and you come back and you just start playing football, the amount of time you see Sky Sports even put this man on screen or interview him about how you feel about the suspension. And I say every almost every weekend, just check it back. Ivan Toney up on front screen at Sky Sports. And these things help to like build up the inflation of these players. Ivan Toney worth the money we bring for the Oxford. Mad. I'm not think Arsenal go buy him, or well, United doesn't need that. Well, we need a striker, but already have Rasmus, so we spend enough money on. Probably need a backup striker.
And you know what's funny, Press? I talked to a youth a job. He plays, I think, 3rd division here, so in Denmark. And he says they are now creating a thing here now where they're trying to train players to play the number 9 position, because they're saying like it's the position where the least amount of players are transitioning into the pros at the number 9 level, at the number 9 position. So it seems like it's a position. I think that was one of the things that fell in Ivan Toney's favor. The number 9 position, we're not finding a lot of number 9s out there where you can say, other than my boy, But your boy the
City.
name of Napoli.
Osimhen.
Yeah, Osimhen, and you talk about Highland them and the young Holland as well. And you start look around the league and it's just a lot of wing forwards and
Inside
so
forwards, etc.
yes, some look inverted wingers and some Jesus them will look like you don't really know where they play. You know what I mean? It's a bit tricky. So Ivan Toney now, all the stars align for him at the perfect time. Arsenal needs a number 9. Chelsea's thinking about a number 9. Jackson on fire.
But the
And
thing is, you see the detriment to Ivan Toney, what it will be is that the level. Remember, say Chelsea been a by number 9 over there. They even try to look over there, right? And it never work out. And they're trying to find something that can guarantee them goals for the next couple seasons, at least over the next 5 seasons. Ivan Toney to me is not that guy. If you're judging number 9, then when United used to have Ruud van Nistelrooy, enough of these people, right? Eric Cantona and a lot of these goal scorers that
Van Persie.
if you're looking at the standard, Ivan Toney doesn't match up to that, and he's not going to ever be that standard. If you look at what Arsenal used to have in terms of Ian Wright and a lot of those guys, Ivan Toney doesn't match up to that. And this is why you have to respect club like Real Madrid. I say when Real Madrid buy baller, them are buy baller where they know they can at least live up to the similar levels where the man them of the past were at. Even if they're not at the same, but they want them to be as close as possible. Why I think them are go for Mbappe? Why I think them have Vinicius? Why I think them have Rodrigo, Bellingham? And look how these players are laying off the Madrid, Tony Cruz, and these players that are coming to the end of their career. You get me? I say? So Madrid level is at a different where them not look on Ivan Toney for buy even if him did in Spain.
Yeah, they're
if he was at the same level he's in Spain, they're not gonna do that. But United and some of these clubs might run the risk of doing it because the standard has dropping so
and they want to win, and they're constantly thinking about winning now. I think as you said, Madrid always have a transition plan. You see me? Madrid always set up themselves to phase out players. Always.
Somebody say context. I get the context with Ivan Toney. He's a good striker, but he's not a prolific striker that you're going to look at. Remember saying you're not just buying him for this one season or the next season. You're buying for the next couple years. The man is what, 28 now? Going on to 29.
You think Ivan Toney is even in the ilk of a Diego Costa?
No, man, you're mad. Diego Costa, how much likely when I Chelsea? No, 2 or 1?
Bro, at them man they when me
and who them I try to replace? Who Chelsea I try to replace from him left? No, Diego Costa.
So what this is what I'm trying to say. That's why me will take it early, a little later. So when me people, that's why me I want to say I understand. Say maybe I talk maybe way down the line, press like before you start watch football, but me bring it to know where you watch Diego Costa, and that's my level of prolific, brother. You see me? Torres them and Suarez. For me, Suarez was a prolific striker at the height of his career. For me, Suarez, because he has done it at the international level and he has done it at the club level. That's prolific, bro. Ivan Toney scoring a few cup soup goal and a bag of penalty. Me the man them say Ivan Toney is prolific. I'm like that's where we are now.
Cranky said Ivan Toney is a much better player than Erling Haaland. I mean, in terms of the makeup of the player, I think Ivan Toney offers more in terms of game, right? But he's not a better goal scorer. Because Erling Haaland, we have to be honest, JT. If you watch the man, him score enough goal now. But in terms of him overall gameplay, etc., him kind of need to work on certain stuff.
Cannot even control the ball properly.
Like even Isak. I think Isak is a better player than Erling Haaland in terms of what he offers in his locker. But Erling Haaland is a better goal scorer. You get me, I say? So you need to work on him game in that aspect.
And I watch Isak play live. He plays for Sweden. As you know, Denmark, 10 minutes on the train. One of the things why me know, when I found out that Isak is a good player, bro, the Swedish coach is so conservative. Isak up there alone and run down defenders forget the ball. And basically I even Ilanga them on the bench and the man a score, bro. The man a get it and he must score. He must take the one chance the way you give him and he must score. I'm looking at Ivan Toney against Belgium. He might get a goal and can't score it. You see me, I say, so when me talk about prolific, we're talking about Suarez and Costa and Torres and them player them. We are come closer right now. Me not even go back to Van Persie them. Who's a new striker we can say? Cause we not even go Thierry Henry them. When you call Ivan Toney them prolific, that's a disrespect to a legend like Thierry Henry and them guys there. We put the ball in the back of the net for a living. Ivan Toney scoring a bag of penalty, and it's like people would see Playboy Cardi rap and they like, he's the greatest rapper alive. That's where we are now. Like, bro, Ivan Toney is not a prolific striker. And I don't see what Ivan Toney is gonna do to be a prolific striker. I just don't think he's that kind of striker. Maybe, I don't know, Pressa, maybe he will improve and become that prolific striker.
Yeah, him definitely have goals, you know, but if you ask the top 6 team them or top 5 team them, is this a striker that will win the Premier League title and bring it to the promised land of winning the Champions League? It's not that striker.
Yeah, this man said, me watch my TV backwards. Ivan Toney is a top striker. Bro, that tells me it's like, it's like, I don't know, bro. I don't know. It's just like you start date a dolly and I tell me say it's the queen. She's like on the dolly on the level of the queen. I don't know, bro. I don't know, bro. We just see football different. Ivan Toney, Ivan Toney them then at the league them we are talking about, bro. I think we shouldn't even have them discussion there. Cause Ivan Toney them, what have Ivan Toney them done? JT, the man has scored at every level he has competed at.
You know, a good comparison to Ivan Toney would be, and I hope people agree with this, is one thing you can score at every level, you know, but we can just give a man Tommy Abraham. Tommy Abraham scored at every level. And where's Tommy Abraham at now? Yes, he did score 15 or 16 goals.
He's still there, Roma.
How much goal him score at Chelsea with there? 15 or 16. Yes, it's good, but is it good enough? No. Not because him score at every level means that's the striker that you want. Lukaku score at every level and Lukaku still struggle.
Wasn't he the hottest topic one time? Tommy Abraham. When he at Chelsea. Yeah. Cranky said Toney is not the most athletic or prolific forward, but he holds up and link up. We cannot deny those things, Cranky.
I'm not denying that.
Very good at playing that one-man striker role because he lays off the ball very well and then turn and run off the ball, peel off defenders very well, shows up in the box. But Ivan Toney them is not like, Joshua said Toney is not even close to Anelka. And Anelka them not even reach them full potential. Toney is not even on a Balotelli level. And Balotelli them washed up. Toney is not even in a Balotelli shoes, bro. So I don't know, bro. I think that, I guess me really I watch my TV backwards. Toney has very deft touch. I think Toney would be a terror for any of the title chasing. All right. And that would be I would be willing to make.
No, that's listen, go now. Him want Toney or Arsenal, so we can send Toney go for Arsenal. You know, they're not going on next Premier League.
Richie Post Sports says he doesn't want Toney at Arsenal, and the reports come out, he's no longer up for discussion. Right?
I mean, many Arsenal fans, if they're looking at a striker, I mean, I don't know if Arsenal have the money, but it's like the Osimhen and those type of strikers they're looking for. Toney would be the safer bet in terms of, to an extent, he's Premier League proven, you know. And he would have probably been cheaper than Osimhen and the guy doing a Sporting it is. So in that sense, it's a bit more realistic. He would have got there and score a goal, don't get me wrong. Yeah. But remember, them a ball out for a striker who is a 20+ goal a season striker. Toney has only done it once in the Premier League, or 19 goals, I believe, 18, 19.
Yeah. He's like, bro, it's just not that. He's just a good player. It's a good player for Brentford. Brentford, the system works for him. Toney is not going to prolific at Brentford, who are a small London club. He will score more goals at a bigger club as he has done. So every time he has gone up levels. Oliver Giroud. Yeah, yeah. Even that little what is it, like a short player name from France? What for a boy there? I think him in the Spanish league. Atletico Madrid him there? Him did there?
Griezmann.
Griezmann. I don't even think Toney is on a Griezmann level when he come on to goal scoring. I swear. Like Griezmann them put it in the back of the net. Toney is on a Benzema level, brother.
See, if all right. I must take a man who said Dominic Solanke in a big team would be sick. Dominic Solanke on a baller. He have a good season. But Dominic Solanke, what, 27 now? 27? 26, 27? Come on, man. Come on, Dominic Solanke. Credit to him. He have a good season, but Dominic Solanke is no striker that's going to be good in a big team. Maybe off the bench, but not as a starting striker.
Yeah, but me know say a different player, Jason Guna, but I even went to Griezmann as a low-key player. Griezmann is a low-key prolific player. And he's not even just a prolific goal scorer. Griezmann, what Griezmann does for France, I don't even think people understand what that guy does when he's out there for France. So even I wouldn't even I don't even think Toney them reach a Griezmann them level yet when it come to ball game. That's just my thought.
I think Toney comparison in terms of overall career, them type of thing, there's a man like, I'm gonna give it to you. I'm going to name one striker who I think is better than Ivan Toney over the years, but injuries cannot get to him. Callum Wilson.
Yeah, bro. I think you're.
If you go compare them with Callum Wilson and them people there.
Callum
Wilson, I like him. He's a brilliant striker, but injuries really set him back, you know.
Yeah. And Callum Wilson and Toney actually fights for the same spot in the England team because they're the same, similar kind of player. Yeah, you know, he was, remember, he edged out Toney for that spot in the England team last time around, though the scandal came about. But I just don't think Toney is as good as they think he is. Yo, them time then, people, bless up on yourself. Everybody in the comment section have work tomorrow. JT in football world, where there's a lot of forwards, Toney will always be mentioned. And that's what me and Presser agree on. I think Toney was perfect. The stars aligned perfectly for him. There was a demand in the market for a striker. And Ivan Toney is coming back from suspension, and they're like, whoa, who's the best thing out there? But people start realizing, like, is Ivan Toney really gonna win me a EPL trophy though? Yeah, in a better team, yeah, he's gonna probably. It's just not the guy, bro.
But Jason, nobody's talking about the. When me look on a striker, I'm not looking on the technical attributes. My business, but I'm gonna put the ball in the back of the net.
Yeah.
Look on Darwin Núñez. Yeah, him can hold up the play and him can bring players in the game.
Not prolific. Not prolific. And I said that as a Liverpool fan, Presser, when Núñez came there, I said one of the big mistake I thought that Liverpool has recovered quicker than I thought they would. I thought that the Sané Mane hangover would have lasted at least 2 to 3 years, and it kind of did. I know we're in the league right now, but when Núñez came in, I said the way how Salah plays, this guy is probably gonna get opportunities. But I'm looking at all the goals he was missing at his previous club, and I was like, this guy is like, this is a guy you bring off the bench. You know, to me, he's a bench player. He's a player at Liverpool at least. He starts anywhere else, but he needs too many chances to score. Toney is a deadly finish. Yo, Presser, until next time. Marlon Nelson, Ali Watkins is a prolific striker. Ali Watkins.
If me judge him at Aston Villa, or 4 seasons, him have over double-digit goals. Him offer a lot to the game. But I remember when Grealish was there, and Grealish ran off the midfield, and enough ball, I see Grealish put on plate for Ali Watkins, and that man one-on-one with keeper enough time back in the COVID days and dash with chance. Now he's a bit more measured. So he's a wonderful striker. Is he a
Good
title winning striker? No.
Not
No,
prolific
no.
though. Good striker, Marlon. I don't give him prolific. And why I don't give him prolific is Aston Villa, it works for him, but he's the only striker who's in front of the goal. So he's gonna have to score at some point. And a lot of people would say he would actually miss if he wasn't that good. But I just, even when you see him look and the discussion, people, yeah. Me don't want to go in a circle with this. People, bless up on yourself. Me have to work tomorrow, right? 2 o'clock in the morning. Press up. Until next time, here. Bless up yourself. All right, my boss. Everybody, bless up on yourself.